everyone. Hello and welcome to another tier ranking. This time we have entered the trenches of World War I. We're going to be looking at the Italian commanders of the war, and because this is a conflict which many would consider to be the first total war, I guess that title is pretty debatable. I mean, there are several wars that are in contention for that, but certainly World War I saw massive suffering on the part of civilians, and also it saw civilian leaders being the architects of the conflict. So I figure that it's only fair that our rankings extend a little bit beyond the purely military. That's why I've included a king who actually had quite a bit of authority, a few prime ministers who helped to shape the war effort, the foreign minister who, as we'll see, might have actually been a bigger bad guy than Cadorna. I know that sounds ridiculous, but hear me out. And then we have a bunch of generals, including 3 chiefs of staff, or commanders-in-chief, one of whom was commander-in-chief right up until the war's outbreak, pretty much. He died, then Cadorna took over. And then the other men who all commanded armies at some point or another. We have 25 in total. I did exclude a couple of people on the grounds that their army commands were temporary. So, for instance, there is a man named Etna who commanded an army, but he only did so for 3 days as an interim, so I did not count that. And there were a few other generals who were famous but did not command armies. Zuppelli comes to mind. He was a corps commander. And there was also Roberto Segre, who was in the original draft of this list until I figured out that he was never an army commander, but he became famous for his innovations in the field of artillery. Anyhow, these are the men we will be examining. So, Sean, how's it going?
Okay, bit run down today, I guess you'd say. It's been real quiet and low key over here. That's pretty much about it. Heard the voting rights bill went down in flames.
Yeah, to no one's
Something
shock.
like that. Yeah, that was Kristen Sinema led the charge on that one, I heard.
Yes, she thinks that this is her path to the White House, is antagonizing the entire Democratic Party.
Very smart. Very smart.
Yep, because that's how you win the nomination. I mean, as you know.
Yeah, there's another one. Another one too was I found out that according to one poll, for the first time maybe in over 10 years, like since 2010, more people right now are identifying as Republican than Democrat.
Yeah, things are pretty bleak right now, but yeah.
Which is interesting because a year ago, the number of people identifying as Republican was at an all-time low. It's one hell of a reversal.
Well, it's just the instability you have in a legitimacy crisis.
Very true. Very true. Very true. But still, it's still a hell of a reversal.
Well, speaking of depressing things, though,
Italian generals.
Yeah, I think by contrast, if anything, our current political situation doesn't look too bad compared with the bullshit that was going on in Italy. Oh, by the way, so one thing I forgot to announce a little earlier, and I meant to do a text about this, but the book prize is back. And not only is it back for the top donor in Super Chats, but there is a possibility for 3 people to win. Because I figured out that I have too many books. And one topic where I don't really need a lot of books is World War II, so I'm going to be giving away my World War II books over these World War I streams. I don't have enough World War I books to do prizes, so I guess this is close enough. So anyway, the 3 books that will be available tonight are Mario Servi's The Hollow Legions, which is about Mussolini's invasion of Greece in 1940-41, which was a flaming disaster. I have not really read much of it, but it does seem pretty good. It's a little bit older. I also have a book by Matthew Parker about Monte Cassino. It's on the longer side. I'm sure there's a lot of detail in there about Mark Clark and his genius operations. And I also have a volume of the Illustrated Encyclopedia of World War II which looks at, I believe it's Salerno and Anzio. So,
Oh, cool.
those things are
Oh,
on
so
offer
yeah, very
tonight.
Italian related.
Yeah.
Actually, if you want to send me a list of all your World War II books, there's some I might want to buy.
Okay. The other problem, I guess, before we go too much further, is that obviously it won't be that hard for me to find things that are relevant for, say, the Germans, the French, the Russians. When we do Austria and the Ottomans, I will have to be a little bit more creative with prizes because I don't have very many books about them. And the handful of books I do have on them are books I'm not giving away because I need them for teaching purposes. So, yeah.
You could
Anyway,
always put your Pacific War books in there for the hell of it.
I don't have much on the Pacific War actually. There's only one book I have that's relevant to it, and it's mostly about U.S. preparations to defend the West Coast and the internment of the Japanese.
Gotcha.
So, anyway, but that's a different
No,
problem
because
for a different day.
I did want to say the invasion of Greece would be a great Forgotten Battles episode. Now that you mention it,
It would. Also,
yeah.
I'm trying to think another Mussolini operation. Actually, almost any of Italy's involvement in Africa from 1880 something all the way until the 40s would be, I think, a good Forgotten Battles.
Yeah, yeah. On that note, for Forgotten Battles, we just had a video come out for Frank Jack Fletcher, and it's very good. I really like this one, and so we got a biography video on him because that dovetails, of course, with Eastern Solomons. Next month we'll be doing the Battle of Coleto Creek, which is, I believe, the Goliad massacre during the Texas Revolution. And for March, we're hoping to have the Vistula Oder offensive, and I just wrote up a small episode we'll have for April Fools, which I'll keep a secret until it comes out, but it's a good one.
Okay.
So yeah, no, we got some good stuff lined up. We also want to start. Lance wants to start doing live streams over there. So whenever we're going to do that, I guess I'll announce it on here for anybody who wants to come on. It'll just be us talking about future projects and going into some detail about some of the other ones
Okay.
that we've already done.
Sounds pretty cool. And also, yeah, this week I will be going on someone else's show. I don't know exactly what day yet, but I'll announce it through an announcement text thing. But anyway, and then we'll be talking
Who you
about the
going
history
on?
of video games. I forget the name of the channel, actually.
Oh,
I got the
yeah, you
invite
mentioned.
back in December, and I just followed up this weekend, actually.
Excellent, man. Excellent.
So anyway,
All right.
the first person we will be looking at is the King of Italy, Victor Emmanuel III. He is from the House of Savoy, and I believe he was the third and final monarch of the Italian independent kingdom. I think his grandfather was Victor Emmanuel II, then his father was Umberto I. Victor Emmanuel III, though, takes over in roughly 1900 or so. Now, it's worth noting, of course, as many of you already know, that none of the monarchs in charge of the major powers in World War I were what we would call impressive. Most of them were pretty weak or incompetent. But I have to say, Victor Emmanuel III is most likely the most gormless and spineless of the entire lot.
Yeah, that's funny you say that. I actually wouldn't call the Tsar Nicholas II spineless.
Well, maybe not
That's an
spineless,
adjective we would
but
use.
pretty incompetent.
Incompetent, sure. I would add that I think Franz Joseph II actually wasn't incompetent. He was just way too old for
I
that time.
agree. Yeah, I think that when we eventually get around to him with ratings, I mean, we have to rate him on what he did during the war, but I mean, we will of course have to leave the caveat that had he been even 10 years younger, things might have been vastly different.
Yeah.
So anyway, with Victor Emmanuel, at this time he would have been pretty close to his prime, maybe in his 30s, the early 40s. But he was a kind of small, unattractive, uncharismatic guy, and I don't even see any real evidence that he had a personality, much less charisma.
Hmm.
He always just tends to be kind of a placeholder. There's no evidence that he was good at any aspect of his job, whether we're talking about ceremony or choosing good people or intervening when he could, because the king of Italy at this time had significant power. So he had the power to, say, dismiss prime ministers, to hire and fire generals. He could do a lot of things in theory, but he never did any of those things. And in general, as someone who thinks monarchy is stupid, I think that that's a good approach to government for a monarch. However, Italy, as we'll see, had plenty of incompetence to go around, and there would be times where a slightly more activist king would have been pretty useful. Even if he didn't really have a solution, he should have just started firing people until he found someone competent. Even just doing that, even just playing musical chairs, would have been way more productive than doing nothing, which is exactly what he did. So, for instance, we talk about how Cadorna will, when we get to Cadorna, we'll talk about how he has basically unlimited chances, and he never gets held accountable for his failures. Part of that is because people maybe were waiting for Victor Emmanuel to say something, and he never did. Because that's not what he did. He just stood back and watched. And by the way, he also stood back and watched when Mussolini took over. Said not a word. Did nothing. So we're talking about a man who oversaw some really horrible things that happened to Italy. And he either didn't know what to do, he didn't care. It's not really clear exactly what's wrong with this guy, but there's just something missing with him. It's like he was incomplete in some way. He's not a full person. I mean, honestly, in my notes, I was going to try to deliver a line that whatever else we might say about Luigi Cadorna, at least he was a person. But Victor Emmanuel, maybe not. Yeah, this guy is a complete waste of space. He's an F. Do you have any thoughts
theory on? Do you have any theory on why he didn't seem to have much of a personality?
No, I don't. But we'll get to one of his cousins later, and he also seems to be a little bit blank on the personality side.
I mean, in some way, I don't know the exact powers of the Italian monarchy. Of course, I do know that kind of like what you had with Bismarck with German unification, you have the Count Cavour, who is is very crucial in unification. So you could already have a monarchy that particularly wasn't that strong to begin with. At the same time, the only other monarch that I know of off the top of my head who was said to have not really had a personality, or at least to be very chameleon-like, was Alexander the First of Russia.
Yeah, I mean, with Victor Emmanuel, I mean, he just kind of went with the flow, and he was almost just an observer of his own life. There are also reports of him touring the front lines, which he did a fair amount. So he was fully aware of what was happening, and he had full access to Cadorna. And actually, I think because of Cadorna's position socially, they actually had known each other for a very long time. But when he would see the horrors of war, apparently he had no reaction. He'd just be like, oh, okay. We lost this many men. All right.
And he's one of the longest reigning monarchs in European history, right? I mean, I'm not talking Louis XIV here, but he's going to reign for almost, 50 years?
About, yeah, he dies in 1947, so he has a long run. And I think he came to office, like I said, in about 1900 or so. So, yeah, about half a century.
That ain't short.
No, and again, like, Italy actually still had pretty significant powers for kings, although there were representative institutions. So arguably, if he had been activist, he'd have gotten his wings clipped. But he never even did anything when he could have done something productive. I mean, even if he had, say, agreed with the general aims of the war, at the bare minimum, he could have fired Cadorna earlier. And when Cadorna did get fired, I don't think the king had much to do with it. I think he was pressured into doing something. So I think he'd have just been content to let Caporetto keep unfolding and hope Cadorna figured it out. I get no indication that this man had any initiative whatsoever. So we're looking at someone who is completely useless. I just want to make that as clear as possible. So if we ever do the F-tier tournament, if this guy gets in it, he's almost a guaranteed first round out. So anyway, Victor Emmanuel III, big time F. Alright, well, this man was not prime minister during the war, but he was prime minister right up until the war, and therefore had quite a bit of influence on Italy's preparation for said conflict. I'm talking, of course, about Prime Minister Giovanni Giolitti. His most relevant reign as Prime Minister, which was actually the fourth of 5 runs as Prime Minister, was 1911 to 1914. He was basically, I guess you could call him sort of a center-left coalition builder. He would build these political coalitions with some center parties and then some left parties, including occasionally the socialist. And he was one of the big players in Italian politics prior to the war. He passed quite a bit of domestic legislation designed to improve people's lives, standard of living. And from 1900 especially, he was pretty much the de facto prime minister with some interruptions. So we'll talk about one of the men who interrupted him twice, but in both cases was only in office for 3 months before Giolitti came back. So this was the power broker in Italian politics, and as we'll see, though, he kind of got sidelined by Salandra right before the war and ended up being irrelevant once the war actually starts. The most important thing here, though, is that because he had previously left office, let a conservative take over for 3 months, and then beaten them a few months later, he decided to do this again in 1914. And this time, the guy who succeeded him was someone he massively underestimated, Antonio Salandra, who we'll talk about in a minute. And so he thought that he would come back to office and he'd keep Italy out of the war, because he was someone who did not think Italy was ready for war. He knew Italy was not sufficiently industrialized, and he tried very much to hold back the power of the nationalists. So the nationalists, for instance, had really gotten Italy involved in the Italo-Turkish War, which I can talk about a little bit more at length after we rate Giolitti. But that got started while he was out of office, and while Italy did prevail, it was embarrassing militarily. So he had plenty of evidence, as did many of the generals, that Italy was not really ready to fight a full-scale war against one of the major powers. Another thing to keep in mind about Giolitti is that he was very tolerant of the Chief of Staff, Alberto Pollio, whose idea was to side with Austria in the war, and then to fight in southern France and try to gain land that way, maybe also grab Corsica. So most of the planning that's going on while Giolitti's in office is all geared on the assumption that Italy will join the Central Powers. So whatever preparations Pollio made were completely irrelevant in the event. And his sort of idea of being too clever by half, of letting Salandra take over, knowing that Salandra was an ultranationalist, well, that ends up backfiring horribly, because Salandra gets into office, builds enough public support to go to war, and then gets Italy involved in a war that it was not prepared to wage. And he also tried to resist him while he was out of office, so he tried to fight against Salandra and Foreign Minister Sonnino, but he was not successful. He did have a lot of pull in Parliament. He came close to shooting down the secret deal with the Allies, or the Entente, I should say, but he didn't quite pull it off. And by the time the war actually started in terms of shooting, Giolitti decided that he really didn't want any part of it, so rather than try to be the loyal opposition or provide some sort of stability or help provide some national unity during this trying time, he actually retired for a while, and then he only came back when the war was over and actually had another run as prime minister. But during the war, he failed to prevent it. He put a guy in charge who ended up leading to the war, in the mistaken belief he could stop that guy. And then once things went south, he just decided to sit out and watch his country bleed. So what do you think of Prime Minister Giolitti?
No real opinion on this one. How was his run as prime minister after the war?
It didn't last long. It was only 1920 to 1921. I think there was a prime minister or two between Orlando and Giolitti's fifth run. And then, of course, not long after that, Mussolini comes into power.
Okay. No, I don't really have an opinion. What do you rank him?
I mean, for me, I think he's an E. And if we were ranking his whole career, he'd be higher, because, like I said, he was very successful. at passing domestic legislation, at doing some modernization, but for the most part, if we look at his war record, it's pretty piss poor. All right.
Gotcha.
Next up, we have another prime minister, the man Giolitti thought that he could steer off the cliff, and in order to get rid of the conservative faction, and the conservative party, I should say, but the nationalist faction, I guess we're being more precise. But anyway, Prime Minister Antonio Salandra took over in March 1914 and would retain control until June 1916. He had been a senior member of the Conservative Party, so he's been around for a while. He has held a number of cabinet posts, but he is not the most senior conservative. We'll see that there are two men who are clearly senior to him. But he still has some sway. We shouldn't underestimate him like Giolitti did. His new foreign minister was Baron Sonnino, who was actually a former prime minister. He's the guy that Giolitti had managed to oust after a couple months. So, arguably, Salandra was not more powerful than his own foreign minister, which is kind of a problem. But luckily for the two of them, they were two birds of a feather. They both wanted to get Italy into the war, and they were both into, I think it's called revanchism. I think that's the right word. Anyway, the idea is nationalist, and the idea is to reunite all Italian-speaking people under the banner of Italy, which would mean switching Italy's alliance from the Entente, from the Central Powers to the Entente, and then fighting a war that Italy was not ready for. There was no war planning that had gone into this. And also, logistically speaking, the railroads at the time ran to northwest Italy, meaning that the plan that Giolitti and Pollio had to actually invade southern France would not have been super hard, but the plan to attack northeast, to attack the Tyrol, and to attack what is now Slovenia at the Isonzo River, that was a logistical nightmare, and there was no way Italy could properly prepare for that. So basically he gets into power, and he's starting to plan this. He's starting to... it's called irredentism, sorry. I messed that up earlier. It's not revanchism. Just scratch what I said earlier. So anyway, the idea was to take this land from Austria-Hungary. Now, at first, the Austro-Hungarians aren't super worried because Pollio is still chief of staff, and as we'll see, this guy was a complete homer for the Austro-Hungarian Empire. But then, in July or August of 1914, as the crisis is brewing that will eventually start World War I, Chief of Staff Pollio has a massive heart attack and dies, and then Cadorna becomes Chief of Staff. Now, Cadorna will be more open to what Salandra wants to do, and so Salandra orders him to scratch all of Pollio's plans and to begin to prep for a war with Austria. So Salandra, because Austria, of course, is in a bad spot, they have to fight Serbia, Russia joins in. We know how it goes. Austria is not really in a great position. Austria is actually willing to cede land, but on the condition that it only gets occupied after the war. Salandra, however, thinks that it's important to the Italian national character to seize their land by force, rather than to get it through negotiation. He thinks that they need to be manful about it, and to go out and conquer. So, rather than negotiate and get land for free, without fighting, a war they're not prepared to fight, Salandra effectively rejects Austrian offers, and Italy enters the war in May of 1915. He also makes some secret deals with the British, by the way, to get some supplies. So he did make some prep, but for the most part, as we'll see, the Italians were not ready, and the results were pretty predictable. And another thing that he did when he let Cadorna become Chief of Staff is that he met Cadorna's demands to be given full autonomy, which was a massive mistake. But we'll get to that when we get to the genius himself. So, Salandra gave up on an easy opportunity to gain land for nothing, and got Italy in a war it didn't need to be in, and he also made Italy look like an international boogeyman. So they had already bullied the Turks back in 1911, 1912, and started a war by, going in and saying the instability in Libya is a threat to Italy, or to our colonies. You have 24 hours to hand over this colony or we're going to war. So they've already done some thuggish stuff here. But now they are literally going for the highest bidder to enter World War I. So Salandra will put Italy in a really shitty position when it comes time to negotiate after the war, when they try to claim the land they've been fighting for. We'll talk about who actually fucks up the negotiations later. So, basically, there was a bit of a clash between Cadorna and Sonnino at one point, and Salandra sided with Cadorna. So Sonnino was sort of sidelined a bit during a lot of the war, even though he retained his spot. But what really got Salandra dismissed is something that should have gotten Cadorna fired, and that was Conrad's unexpected offensive through the Trentino, which created a salient. So what happened here is basically that Cadorna had plenty of warning for a couple months, including from some of his army commanders we'll talk about. He ignored it, said it was false. The attack came, and it nearly cut off his rear. This created a panic, and there was a call for a shakeup, but the shakeup was at Salandra's expense, and Cadorna took none of the blame. So yeah, then of course we'll talk about his replacement, Paolo Boselli, whose chief qualification for the job was he liked Cadorna. So anyway, what do you think of Salandra?
Seems pretty damn incompetent, really. And I think it's interesting to mention that Italy being this pariah with these very predatory practices. I didn't know they had told the Turks they had 24 hours to get out of Libya.
Oh yeah, no, that's how it worked. That was their ultimatum in 1911. And they already had their fleet on the move with 50,000 men for the ports of Libya. And once they occupied the ports, by the way, they thought the war was over, but the Ottomans held on to the interior for months and months and months. And it showed how weak the Ottomans were. That also was the major impetus for the First Balkan War. Because, say, Hungary, Romania, Greece, they all looked at it and said, wait, these guys suck. We can just kick their asses and take their land. So actually, the day after the Italo-Turkish War ended, that would be October 19th, 1912, that's when the First Balkan War started.
Also, Italo-Turkish War, supposedly the first war where aircraft are used.
Yes, I think only in a scouting role, though. But I think it was the Italians who deployed them.
I think there was some bombing, too, though.
There might have been, yeah. I mean, although on the Italian front in general, aircraft didn't play as big of a role as on, say, the Western Front. I mean, even at Vittorio Veneto, the last battle, the Italians only had 600 planes, and then the Austrians had 0.
Yeah, no, I think they did use some bombing in the Italo-Turkish War. I do know that the Russians were actually one of the very first countries to embrace aircraft for Fuse's war. I think as early as 1906, they started purchasing aircraft for military use.
I'm not sure.
Yeah. But you're right. No, there wasn't as much aircraft used in the Italian front. I mean, neither Italy nor Austria-Hungary had as much industrial capacity as what you're going to see with France, Britain, and Germany. So I think that determined a lot of aircraft in the First World War, I would say, because, it should have been just as useful on the Russian front, if not more so, given the expanses and the fact the war is more fluid. But the Russians just don't have a lot of planes because they don't have the industry for it, really, even if they were one of the first ones to embrace aircraft.
Yeah, so I think Salandra's an F.
It seems pretty clear-cut to me.
Yeah, he's one of the more counterproductive political leaders, and it's just his scheme just fails so spectacularly that... I mean, you just talk about somebody's personal dream bringing so much damage to the country. But he was succeeded by Prime Minister Paolo Boselli, who would hold office from June 1916 to October 1917. And this is sort of the grandfather of the Conservative Party in Italy. He was a former professor of science, and he's a little bit more to the center than Salandra. But he also has a lot of ties to Count Sonnino, which counted for quite a bit. And at the age of 77, he also had sort of a grandfatherly quality, and he was generally respected even by people who were members of other parties. So he was kind of a good unity choice, but most importantly, he was a firm believer that Luigi Cadorna was doing a good job. And as we'll discuss, at the beginning of the war, basically Salandra, the king, and a lot of other people agreed that Cadorna had full reign to do whatever he wanted. So Boselli's role was just to be the political rubber stamp for Cadorna. I mean, that in and of itself is basically an F, but we'll keep going. So he did his job, which was just to stand aside and watch Cadorna do what he did. He also did pass one surprising piece of legislation because he was known for being very pro-business. But during the war, perhaps to try to build some unity and reach out to the working class a bit, he did pass one piece of legislation that extended the coverage of compulsory insurance against accident to all agricultural workers. So a lot of Italians still worked on farms at this time, or were farmhands, and so Boselli, surprisingly, tried to do something that would help them all. That was in August 1917, and that was pretty much his only major initiative as prime minister. In October 1917, I think it was October 29th, if I'm not mistaken, he was asked to resign. Do you have any idea why?
I'm going to say this has to do with Caporetto.
It does. Caporetto started on the 24th of October, and the Italian army was already disintegrating. But do you know when Cadorna was fired?
1918?
No, November
1917.
9th. Yeah. So
yeah.
This failure, which was clearly Cadorna's fault, got a prime minister fired first, and they had to wait a few more weeks before they decided, you know what? Our army is in full retreat. It's falling apart. We might want to move on from Cadorna. Yeah, let's do that. Anyway, what do you think about Prime Minister Boselli?
It seems, domestic issues, he had that one major initiative, like you said, but domestic issues are definitely not going to be front and center in the war. Seems like another politician who really had almost no influence on Cadorna. Cadorna can essentially do as he pleases.
Yeah, I mean, the fucked up thing is that a lot of these guys believed in what Cadorna was doing and what he stood for, though. I mean, it wasn't so much that they just passively accepted it. They were like, yeah, bringing back decimation. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, why is that in Italy right now, though? Because I don't know of any draconian disciplinary measures in the other armies so much, even the Kaiser's army.
Yeah, even the Kaiser and the Tsar had more lax discipline than Italy did. A lot of it is just that the Italian officers were all hardasses. I mean, even Diaz was a pretty much a hardass, but I mean, after Cadorna, he didn't seem that way. But they said, everybody who met him said that he was very, very stern. So, I mean, it was just something about Italian generals.
Yeah, it's kind of funny you mention that. I mean, as a Civil War reference, Joseph E. Johnston was actually, for a Civil War general, kind of a hard ass on his men. Like, he did tend to dole out some harsh punishments and executions, more so than people would have thought, but he just seemed warm and fuzzy compared to Bragg.
Yeah, I mean, and I guess that's kind of how Diaz was. I mean, Cadorna, of course, was, a monster in many ways. We'll talk about some of the disciplinary measures he actually instituted, but a lot of them are insane. I mean, they make no sense whatsoever. There's no way a reasonable human can look at things Cadorna does and say, yeah, that makes fucking sense. But I guess for me, Boselli is an F.
We got a lot of Fs in this thing, aren't we?
Well, especially at the beginning, it's a little bit front-loaded. Actually, things will improve later on. Okay, so next up we have Prime Minister Vittorio Emanuele Orlando, who most likely is the Prime Minister you're most familiar with from this conflict, since he was in office from October 1917 till June 1919. He was one of the big four who met at Versailles. So he was working with Lloyd George, Clemenceau, and Wilson. He started out his career as a professor of law, and unlike many of the people we're talking about here, he was actually from Sicily. It's worth mentioning that Italy had only unified a generation before, and that men who hailed from what was the former Piedmont Kingdom tended to be rather dominant. So in many ways, Orlando was kind of a national unity candidate in the sense that he came from an area that was considered underrepresented. He was a prolific legal scholar, and he first entered the political scene as Minister of Education under Giolitti in 1903. He was retained but then let go by Salandra, and he worked as Minister of the Interior later on under Boselli, who brought him back into the cabinet. Now, one thing that he had going for him, even though he was more on the liberal side, is that he was a fervent supporter of the war, including taking back Italian lands, irredentism. So he was kind of like, I guess you could call him like the equivalent of a copperhead or something like that. So Orlando, because of this, had also been in the know. So he had been friends with the previous people we've talked about, so he knew about a lot of the secret provisions of the London Agreement, and he used that to his advantage in order to get Entente support. So his most significant decision early on was on November 9th. Shortly after he took over, he fired Luigi Cadorna. That in itself ensures that he is ineligible for the F tier. He also did something surprising. He reasserted civilian control over the war effort, something that Cadorna had demanded go away as a condition of his service. So, in theory, Italy was a representative government, as I mentioned, and now it would actually function that way, more or less. So when Orlando chose Armando Diaz, who was one of the more successful generals as Cadorna's successor, Diaz had to agree to these terms and also to follow the general directives of Orlando. And a lot of those directives included reorganizing, modernizing, and improving the army, doing away with some of the really draconian disciplinary measures, and things of that nature, and Diaz carried out his orders very, very well. Orlando was also the guy who got Britain and France to send more troops. So he got a corps from each country. And those two corps were pretty important, as were their generals. You'll notice that the two last men on the list, one is British, one is French. And that is because when they got to Italy with their corps, those corps were valuable enough that Diaz decided to put both men in charge of combined armies. But we'll get there when we get there. And those troops were especially useful, the foreign troops, after they arrived, because by the time they got there, the German troops from Caporetto were gone. So now the British and French troops would basically be gods of war in this theater because they were so much better equipped. So after Diaz won the Second Battle of the Piave River, Orlando ordered him not to follow up immediately, but rather to wait and make sure that he was ready to launch a grand assault on the Austrian army. Austria was falling apart by this time. Even General, what's his name, Borisovich, or I don't know how you say his name, but he couldn't do anything with the army he had because he was getting no supplies, no support. So his army was just deteriorating around him. And, of course, Diaz would follow that up with Vittorio Veneto, crushing victory. While all that was going on, though, one of the other great initiatives of Orlando was to refute all the propaganda that the media had put out about Cadorna. Because up to this point, the media had just been praising Cadorna nonstop, talking about how he was a genius, how his ideas were great, and how he would find a way to defeat Austria. But basically, Orlando commissioned a study that said actually Cadorna was an idiot. And some of the generals, including Diaz, signed off on it. So that sort of broke the spell a bit. Let's see. What else happened? Well, he presided over Italy's recovery and victory. After Vittorio Veneto, the Austrian army collapsed. That was pretty much it. and he became known as the Premier of Victory. He was very popular with the people, as you might imagine, but his support in Parliament was actually pretty weak. So he's one of those guys who, if they did a public poll, his approval rating would be sky high, but everybody in Parliament was looking to take him down a peg. And actually, the person who ended up really fucking him horribly was Foreign Minister Baron Sonnino. So when they go to the Paris Peace Conference, Orlando's at a disadvantage because he doesn't speak many other languages. Sonnino does, though. Sonnino is a man of the world. He can speak, I believe, English, French, a couple of other languages. So Orlando tries to give him instructions, and Sonnino just goes and does what he wants. And Sonnino was extremely arrogant and off-putting, which meant that he absolutely alienated Wilson and Lloyd George. And because of that, Italy was asking for two different territories, and Orlando's thought is, well, because of what the Allies are pushing for now, we can probably get one of them but not the other, so let's try for one and just get something. But instead, Sonnino threw a tantrum, especially when Orlando wasn't present, and just alienated everybody, and eventually the Entente just decided, you know what, fuck Italy, they get nothing. So, I mean, that's a pretty big failure.
That plays a major role in fascism. Plays a major role in Mussolini. That plays a major role in Mussolini coming to power. Was this idea that we won, we helped win this war, and we got less than we asked for.
Exactly, and also even the failures of Cadorna play a huge role in the rise of Mussolini, because there's this idea that the sacrifice had to be for something. We have to make something of what happened. But yeah, so anyway, Orlando was willing to give up the claim to Dalmatia, but Sonnino said, fuck no, we're getting both. And of course, they end up getting nothing. But then there's turmoil at home politically. Orlando has to miss a lot of the conference, and then he gets voted out right before the Treaty of Versailles is signed. And later on, when he retired, Orlando said he took pride in not signing that treaty, because, of course, it was a treaty that didn't give Italy a lot of what it wanted. Orlando originally supported Mussolini, but then by 1924 he decided that Mussolini sucked, and he retired. He was trotted out on occasion to praise Italian imperialism in Ethiopia because he was an imperialist. So when Mussolini attacked Ethiopia, he would come out of retirement and talk about how awesome it is, but otherwise he just kind of stayed out of things. He also made a comeback in 1944, once Mussolini was gone, and he tried to run for president in 1948, but he lost. And there's also a lot of people who believe that he was a legitimate, full-fledged member of the Mafia. Now, part of that is just anti-Sicilian prejudice, but he did make a few statements. I think at one time he said something like, if you mean by mafioso, I'm a man of honor who keeps my word, then yeah, I'm a mafioso. There's something along those lines, where he was trying to play it coy about whether or not he's in the Mafia. He died in 1952, and basically when we rate him, it will really depend how heavily we weight the peace process as part of his wartime performance. Because, I mean, I think it's clear that his handling of the war was really good, and then he lost his grip over Versailles.
Yeah, he also got sabotage, as you're saying.
Yeah, and that's the only reason Sonnino made this list, is because of how influential he was.
I don't know. I'll leave that one up to you on the ranking.
So I'm thinking,
I think you should include the piece, though.
Yeah, so I'm thinking he's got to be at least a B, because he turns things around. He wins when it counts, and then of course he botches the peace, but Italy was in a very desperate position when he took over. So I'm going to go with B for Orlando. And this is a guy who actually could have been S tier if he had just not fucked up at Versailles. But all right. Next up, we have Foreign Minister Sidney Sonnino. He was a baron, and he was, as I mentioned earlier, a former two-time prime minister. So, just to put this in perspective, during the course of World War I, Italy lost 500,331 men killed. Not to mention all the wounded, disabled, etc. That's just killed over 500,000 men. Most of the fighting occurred on the Isonzo and in the area known as the Carso or the Karst. And this was all an attempt to link Italy overland to the city of Trieste. The assaults were costly, and Italy was under the impression that they had paid enough in blood to annex these lands. But for those of you who know a little bit of geography, do you know where the modern Isonzo and Carso are located? What country? Slovenia.
Yugoslavia. Well, Yugoslavia eventually, right?
Well, probably Yugoslavia, but now currently Slovenia. So
Slovenia,
basically,
yeah, currently Slovenia.
all of those offensives that Cadorna launches at the Isonzo, all 11 assaults, are for land that the Italians would never rule. It was all for nothing.
Wow.
And again, a lot of that is because of Sidney Sonnino and his fuck-ups at Versailles. Let's see, is there anything else worth mentioning about him? Well, as foreign minister, he probably was pretty heavily involved with trying to get Allied aid, but until Caporetto happened and the Allies were afraid that a complete collapse would occur, he didn't really get that much, so he didn't do his job very well there either. He was one of the more experienced men in politics. He was a little on the old side. He was born in 1847. His family was from Pisa. His mother was actually Welsh, which is interesting. So his religion is Anglican. His father's family was Jewish, though, and his grandfather had made the family fortune as a banker in Egypt. So Sonnino, even among the aristocrats, was richer than most, and that's part of why he was so influential. He was one of the real bulwarks of the Conservative Party. He had been Minister of Finance. He had done some reforms there. He had also, as I mentioned, he had been Prime Minister twice in 1906 and then in 1910. And basically, though, he wasn't that great of a politician. As I mentioned, he pissed off everybody at Versailles. He couldn't get people to send foreign aid. And, of course, he twice got ousted from office after only 3 months by Giovanni Giolitti. So this is someone who is a third-rate politician. Even though he's very influential because of his wealth and power and title, if we just look at his lack of any discernible positive contribution and then how badly he fucked up everything at Versailles, not to mention his disloyalty, I think there's a good case to be made that Sonnino might have been the worst figure in Italian politics in World War I, possibly even worse than Cadorna. Oh, the only accomplishment I guess you could say he had was this. So during the Italo-Turkish War, Italy, after they failed to take central Libya, they sent their fleet around to grab some islands off the Greek coast that were being held by the Ottomans, and they left their troops there. And during the treaty at Ushi, which ended the Italo-Turkish War, the agreement was that the Turks would allow the Italians to remain for a couple of years. And then after they were done fighting in the Balkans, they would reclaim the islands. The Italians shook on it, and then after the war, Sonnino negotiated to where the new Turkish government under Ataturk just said that the Italians could keep the islands. So I guess that was his one accomplishment. But yeah, I mean, I think there's only really one way to rate him. And that's enough. All right.
No disagreement here.
Well, now we finally get to a military figure. Have you ever heard of Alberto Pollio before?
Yes, I have, but I don't know a ton about him. But I have heard of him.
Well, he was a very well-regarded member of the Italian army. He was the chief of staff prior to Cadorna, and he was usually considered to be the leading intellectual among the Italian generals. So, I think that he tends to be a little bit overrated today, though, just because of how terrible Cadorna was. So there's always the thought, like, man, if Pollio had lived a couple years longer, who knows how things might have gone. And I think it's hard not to think that way. But at the same time, I don't think we should fall into the trap of overestimating him. And we'll talk about why that's the case. Even though he is smarter than Cadorna, for sure, we can tell that from the exchanges that they had that have been on record. There's no reason to think he was a military genius. So to give one example, one of his debates with Cadorna was over whether it was a good idea to attack uphill against an entrenched enemy with machine guns. Cadorna said it's better to attack uphill than on flat terrain. And he said, if you look at northern Italy, there's so much underbrush you'd have cover. Pollio said, what are you talking about? That's not true about the Southern Alps, one. And then two, any fucking idiot knows it's easier to shoot something when you've got the altitude advantage. Cadorna basically brushed that aside and said, you're fucking dumb. Pollio was right, though. And Cadorna and the Italians found it out the hard way. Because Cadorna was not able to process that he had lost the argument. One of the things that helped Pollio out in his career is that he was a really good writer, and he also was a very well-read military historian. He wrote studies of Italy's Third War of Independence. Apparently that study is still considered to be pretty standard. And he also wrote a study of Napoleon at Waterloo. In 1908, he was actually the second choice to be Chief of Staff. Luigi Cadorna was the first choice. But Cadorna went to the king and to one of the generals we'll talk about a little later, and basically said, look, I demand that as Chief of Staff, I have full control over everything to do with the army. Every policy, every appointment. No civilian interference, no exceptions. And then that was the one time where Victor Emmanuel said, yeah, that sounds a little much. So then they went with Pollio. So Pollio got to take over. He's a little bit easier to deal with, a little less high-strung, a little less demanding, overbearing. He seems to have had a much better understanding of modern warfare and what it would entail. His warfare is not completely perfect, but no one really had a perfect understanding until it happened. But a lot of what he said was accurate. Because of his superior intellect, Pollio would have almost certainly been a superior commander-in-chief when compared with Cadorna. So he would have found ways to be more adaptable. He would have tried other stuff. So, in that case, the people who say, if only Pollio had lived, have a point, but one thing they forget is that Pollio would have had to work under Salandra, which means either that he would have been fired for being a huge fanboy of Austria, or that his heart would not have been in it. And that any failure that he had would be conceived as treachery, and then he'd be fired for that. So Pollio would not have done well in World War I. He'd have been better than Cadorna, but he would not have led the Italian army into Vienna in 1915. And he also would not have really gotten too many chances to get things right. So I think that's an important point. And a lot of why he was so obsessed with siding with Austria and fighting in France is because he looked at the logistics and he said, this is the only path forward. We can move an army this way easily and support it. If we invade against the Tyrol, if we go after Trieste, it will be a disaster. Because we just don't have the logistics to hammer through, and our army is only about the same quality as Austria's, so it's not like we have some big advantage there. If anything, our army's probably a little worse. So he was thinking, yeah, that's a dumb idea, let's just abandon it. I know that the people there are technically Italian, but I mean, they're not that eager to join Italy. And in fact, that was one of the failures in Salandra's thinking, is that all of the people in the Austrian-controlled sector of Italy were dying to be part of Italy, which is not necessarily the case. People there seem to have been fairly content remaining in Austria. But anyway, so like I said, he died of a fatal heart attack on July 1st, 1914, and so he did not live to see the war or really impact its course. And yeah, but still though, because of the preparations he made and because he did some modernization of the army while he was Chief of Staff, I think he does deserve to be rated. He also knew that Italy was super short on artillery, something that would not be made good until 1917 or 18, and he started the long process of equipping the Italian army with proper artillery. Although he was a little slow in the uptake when it came to artillery, it was something he only figured out really, really late before he died. And while Italy would have decent rifles, their artillery mostly sucked and was very short in supply. So anyway, what do you think of Alberto Pollio?
I think the part about him not being able to do well, considering the political situation, is quite interesting. And yeah, I mean, there's a tendency, of course, especially when somebody's, for lack of a better word, more amateur about this stuff, to think of somebody's military abilities in a bubble. But that's not really the case.
Right.
Any extensive study of any war shows, of course, the importance of being of the general or the commander being able to fit in within the political context. I mean, in the Civil War, I mean, generals who were Democrats were, openly Democrats, known to be ambitious political Democrats, were being undermined. Same thing in the Mexican-American War, although in that case it was the fact that both Zachary Taylor and Winfield Scott were Whigs, and both did run for president. So I think that's a crucial one to keep in mind with him. I'm glad you brought him. I'm glad you brought him in here, even though he didn't fight in the war.
Yeah, because I mean, he was literally a heartbeat away from being in the war. But yeah, anyway, I see him as a D because I feel like he didn't really get Italy ready for the war to end up fighting, which is not his fault. But at the same time, Italy was prepared to fight a different war. He was a much better planner than Cadorna, but all the plans that he made were irrelevant and discarded.
Yeah, someone would ask you, did the Italians really not have a plan to attack Austria?
No, not until August 1914 when Cadorna takes over and Salandra tells him to draw one up.
Okay.
And part of that's because Pollio, people would say, what if we fight Austria? Pollio would say, why the hell would we do that? That'd be stupid. I like Austria, they're cool. And he visited a lot. I think he and Conrad were good friends, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah, I think they used to be pretty close. I mean, not just like they would see each other at conferences. I think they visited each other more than you would think. They were fairly tight for people who were generals from rival powers, and that was part of why. At first, when Salandra got elected, the Austrians weren't worried because they said, "Oh yeah, Pollio's the chief of staff. Well, nothing's gonna happen. I know Pollio. He's my bro." And then Pollio dies, and Cadorna takes over, and then that's when Conrad realizes, okay, this might be a problem.
Two questions. In the case of Cadorna, was Cadorna part of a faction that wanted to fight Austria, or was he simply just following orders, going with the wind, if you will?
Mostly following orders, although from what I can tell, when we get to Cadorna, his politics are very, very conservative. I don't know exactly how deeply he was dedicated to nationalism, though. I almost get the impression that he was a little bit more someone who was resentful that the Piedmontese didn't have complete dominance of the government. He thought that it should just be like the Piedmontese aristocracy running everything. So he was not a big fan of integration, from what I can tell.
Well, Italy, yeah, I mean, Italy's integration was so poorly done in many ways. I mean, think about Naples. Naples at one time used to be a very, very wealthy kingdom, and that's not really the case anymore. I was kind of surprised, for instance, that Orlando was from Sicily. Considering the how low Sicily's held in regard by much of the rest of Italy, especially at this time.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and that's probably why he had a lot of resistance in Parliament, because they didn't want to see a Sicilian become a national hero.
Yeah,
because I mean that prejudice was real even among the people in charge. It wasn't just something for peasants.
Yeah, but there's the tension between northern. I mean, there's always regional tensions anyway, but tensions between northern and southern Italy, of course, are really big today as well. So
yeah.
So no, Cadorna definitely just wanted to be like a Piedmontese thing, which, sometimes in Germany they would feel that Prussia was really the ones running the show, which had a lot of truth in it. But I would also say that Bismarck was better at integration of the different regions of Germany.
Yeah, and also the problem that would have eventually fucked over Prussia is that the Junkers did not have tremendous wealth. So eventually the logic of capitalism would have rendered them irrelevant. But yeah, that's something we'll come back to, I guess, when we get to Germany. But anyway, with Pollio, I mean, what do you think is a fair rating for him?
Hard for me to rate him. I think what I'd have to ask though is, Uh, how much of a negative or even positive effect did he have on the Italian army's tactical capabilities in the war? I
So
think it's
that's the problem with that is that while he did win all the debates he had with Cadorna, Cadorna never conceded. And so after Pollio was dead, Cadorna had basically declared himself the winner of those debates, and then had his manual published in massive quantities and distributed to all the line officers. So all the tactics
yeah.
being employed were Cadorna's.
I have to say then I wouldn't rate him. It seems that he really didn't have a big effect on the war itself in that case. Except the fact that he died and so couldn't really be involved. I just don't think it's fair to rate the guy. It's interesting we're talking about him though.
Yeah, I mean he's one of those people I couldn't leave out though because it is one of the biggest what ifs of the entire war. I think the other one would be say if Franz Joseph were 10 years younger, something like that. I mean even those little things would tremendously impact the war.
Yeah, I just wouldn't rate him then.
Okay. Well, polio is dead. It's now July 1914. The world is turning topsy turvy, and Luigi Cadorna becomes the chief of staff of Italy. He is the son of Raphael Cadorna, who was one of the great heroes of the wars of Italian unification. Now, in the West, at least outside of Italy, we mostly know Garibaldi, but there were a number of big time heroes, and Raphael Cadorna is perhaps second only to Garibaldi. He won a number of hugely important battles, including the annexation, I believe, of Rome itself. And Luigi, as a young man, I think was present on that campaign at maybe 20 years old or whatever it was. Now, eventually, his father will get cashiered maybe a decade prematurely because the king of Italy at the time wanted to integrate Italy and have an officer corps that represented different parts of the kingdom. So he chose Raphael Cadorna to retire in order to make space. Well, Raphael was extremely pissed about that, and he felt like he had been betrayed. And he instilled in Luigi a sense that you have been betrayed, your heritage is being mocked, and civilian control of the military is the worst thing that can happen. There was another campaign where Raphael was in command, and he felt that his civilian superiors held him back. So because of this, Luigi becomes obsessive over the idea that the military has to be completely and strictly independent, with no civilian oversight whatsoever, and the idea that he and his fellow Piedmontese are being somewhat persecuted in the name of, I guess, what you might call diversity. In today's terms, I think you'd call it diversity. I mean, I guess we think of it as integration, but for them at the time, I think they would see it more like multiculturalism. So the complaint that Cadorna would have, I think, would be pretty analogous to the complaint that a lot of conservatives today have about diversity and multiculturalism and stuff like that. So anyway, he's got a huge chip on his shoulder. And despite the fact that he kind of has a persecution complex, the truth is that he was more or less destined as a matter of birthright to become commander-in-chief. The Cadorna family was very tight with the House of Savoy. So Cadorna had basically a 100% chance of making general. And he also had a very good work ethic, to be fair to him. He was someone who would work very long hours. He did a lot of hiking and things like that. But intellectually speaking, he was pretty mediocre. He does seem to have had some flair as a writer and speaker, though, from what I can tell. Because he did persuade a number of people who heard both him and Pollio debate. About half the people in the army thought Cadorna was right. So he did have some power of persuasion, even though he wasn't very smart. Now, in 1908, he easily could have had the chief of staff job. In fact, Pollio was very much the backup. But then Cadorna went into the meeting and basically just started listing demands, and even for someone as spineless, if not dickless, as Victor Emmanuel, that was too much. So Cadorna got passed over for Pollio, and now Cadorna was really convinced that people were out to get him, and that he was being persecuted for being an aristocrat. For the most part, though, he did not hold it against Pollio. It seems like most of their sparring was fairly friendly. So they weren't enemies. They were just more like rivals. But Cadorna was firmly convinced that he was right. And so, as I mentioned, one of his first acts when he took over, over the winter of 1914-15, he had thousands and thousands of copies of his infantry tactics manual made up and distributed to every officer in the army so that they could fight properly in his thinking. And his ideas are very, very similar to the French cult of the offensive. So Cadorna felt that morale was the key to victory and could easily trump technology. So whereas Pollio says, I don't think flesh and blood can overcome machine guns, something similar to what Philippe Pétain thought, by the way, Cadorna said, bullshit, yeah it can. So Cadorna tried to convince the whole army of this. And once he takes over as chief of staff, especially once the war begins, he basically goes to the government and they agree that the media will do nothing but puff pieces on Cadorna, that nothing that he does will be questioned, that the civilian government will only look in on what he does but not intervene in any way. So we're talking about a commander-in-chief who has basically unlimited power. We're talking about Cadorna was basically playing Hearts of Iron. He had full control, and nobody could do anything against him. So when we talk about his failures, we talk about his bad ideas, these are all things that he does voluntarily. He's not forced to make offensives like some of the generals in the Western Front. Everything that happens is because he wants it to happen. No one else, except for maybe the Tsar, has a freer hand in this war. I just want to make that abundantly clear. And that's especially important if you're trying to make the case that Cadorna is the worst general ever. Because he's not a man who was bound by circumstances. He is someone who had free reign to do whatever he wanted. So, he had to create new war plans, though, as soon as he got in. And he had to start from scratch, because Pollio had never thought to fight Austria, and apparently Cadorna hadn't either. So, there's that. And by the way, if he had not been nominated as chief of staff, there's also a chance that Cadorna would have retired in 1914 or 15. But I guess when if the war had broken out, he'd have obviously not retired. Anyway, so Cadorna, not a very good strategist. I'm sure you find that surprising, but his strategy was very basic. He just wanted to march overland through the Isonzo and the Carso and just go straight for Trieste. And then he had some armies guarding the flank. We'll talk about some armies on the Alps. But mostly it's just, let's just go straight up the gut, crash through the Austrians, and march where we want to go. Very predictable, very basic, not much to it. So yeah, that's what he decided to do. And he also thought that the Isonzo front offered the most opportunities for maneuver and for breakthroughs and all that. And because he was obsessed with that idea, he rarely, if ever, considered doing other stuff. Materially, of course, Italy was not ready to do this in the north. And from the outset, there were indications that things were terrible. Cadorna actually tried to advocate for a fall 1914 surprise attack. But this is one of those surprising instances where Salandra had enough sense to say no. And Salandra called his bluff, and it didn't happen. But Cadorna would basically say, well, if we'd struck earlier, things would be different now. But even in spring of 1915, when men had had plenty of notice, and when the government had made plenty of preparations to get people ready, the mobilization was way slower than anyone thought. That's why the war only starts in May. I think they originally wanted to start in March. So the mobilization was a mini disaster. The Austrians had plenty of time to prepare. They knew the Italians were coming. Their lines were ready. They withdrew to more defensible positions. And then the rest of the war is basically the Italians trying to crack through those. At least a lot of the rest of the war. That's not to say that he didn't make some progress, but the progress was very, very slow, and he had to trade a lot of bodies for a little bit of land. And of course, whenever things inevitably went south, other people took the blame. Cadorna was a wise genius. Everyone else was an idiot, according to the press. But despite having virtually unlimited freedom of action and having his dick sucked nonstop by every newspaper in Italy, Cadorna still complained that the Italian politicians and press were holding him back. he also had a notorious obsession with discipline, which went way beyond anyone else in this war, as we talked about earlier. So his corporal punishment was very liberally doled out. You could be punished severely for very, very minor things that in other armies would not result in punishment. So that means that Cadorna, as commander-in-chief, was responsible for more executions than any other army commander. And Italy as a whole put more of their own men to death than any other faction, including the Russians and the Germans. Let's see, what else did he do as commander-in-chief? Well, if you were late coming back from leave, so if you were a day late, or you got there later in the day than when you were supposed to be back. And keep in mind, Italy's transportation system sucks, so a lot of people ended up being late. If you got caught being late reporting back for duty, but it was clear that you intended to go back to duty, you would still be put to death if the right officer saw it. So there were guys who would report in like a day later, and then an officer would arrest them and shoot them right there. If a unit failed to carry a position or to perform as expected, Cadorna did decimation, which is an old Roman practice where you take 10 men, have 9 men, divide them up where you have one group of 9 and then one guy by himself. You have the other 9 men stone him to death. So that came back. What else did Cadorna do? He sort of did something similar to what the Soviets do in World War II, where sometimes he'd have men positioned with guns behind the men who were supposed to attack in order to threaten to shoot them if they didn't go forward sufficiently. So we're talking about some heinous shit here in what was ostensibly a free society. In many ways, it's not inaccurate to say Cadorna was military dictator while he was in power. And as far as military dictators go, he was one of the worst. So, basically, his strategy was just to go straight up the gut, as I mentioned. A lot of the other... But one thing in his defense, I guess you could say, is that his objective was to get to Trieste. Or Trieste. So that's what he's trying to do. He didn't try to get creative and, say, go a little bit more north to attack a weak point. He also couldn't attack northwest, because the Alps are basically impenetrable to a modern army. At least if they're defended at all. So, and they were. So you can't really have an offensive in the Dolomite Mountains, for instance, because they're very high, and a lot of times they're frozen solid. So that's not going to work. And by the way, war correspondents who visited the Dolomites said that was almost certainly the shittiest theater of war to serve in, just because of the weather. Worse than the desert. So he launches 11 offensives at the Isonzo. There are some differences in those offensives. Sometimes he concentrated his men more narrowly. Other times he would do a broad front. Sometimes he would have more or less artillery. He ultimately decided that concentrated assaults and massed artillery were the way to go. But he did vary things up. It's just that his experiments were very limited. And he also was not very interested in data from the Western Front. So a lot of other generals like Diaz will read about the Western Front and try to get ideas. Cadorna only is worried about his own experiences. He doesn't give a fuck what's going on elsewhere. So here's the thing of it, though. Despite the enormous butcher's bill and the demoralization that the army was experiencing due to all these uphill frontal assaults, because the Austrians were so weak materially, his Isonzo plan actually was working. And after, especially the 11th Isonzo, where they gained quite a bit of ground, the Austrians were on the verge of breaking. And if the Germans had not intervened for Caporetto, there's a good chance that the 12th Isonzo would have actually broken the Austrian line, and that the Italians would have then marched on the Trieste. But again, this is basically the dumbest, most uncreative possible way to wage this war. Of course, what broke his career was Caporetto. He actually remained in command for a few weeks while this was going on. And one thing that people did say in his defense, even his detractors, is that despite the stunning amount of defeat that they were facing, where the Italian army shriveled from 1.8 million men to a million in just a few months. Despite the enormity of the loss, Cadorna kept his cool fairly well. And the retreat that he organized was not completely incompetent. So, I guess that is one thing he has going for him. Even though he is not a smart man, he does keep his head and he does have some balls. I've heard an argument, I think this was in Mark Thompson's The White War, that because of the tremendous losses under Cadorna, that this really helps to fuel fascism because it gives people the sense that all of this sacrifice has to be worth something, and Italy was truly born in blood on the Isonzo. This was our national coming together, was this experience of throwing ourselves at an entrenched Austrian army and getting repulsed over and over and over. So, in many ways, his failure created fascism. That's actually something I think a number of people think. But not only that, but because what Mussolini was trying to do was to make World War I the birth of Italy, Cadorna was rehabilitated by the fascists. And because Mussolini was in power for about 20 years, this is why Cadorna is not more widely known as a shit general. Because unlike, say, Douglas Haig, who was more or less condemned by public opinion after World War I, Cadorna, after a few years, was completely rehabilitated and was seen as even a hero. So that had a huge impact. I can only imagine what it was like after the war when both Cadorna and Diaz are considered heroes, given that Diaz had signed off on Orlando's study that Cadorna is a moron. But both of them were seen as heroes, which is weird, considering how different they were in terms of their conduct of the war. Look, technically speaking, there are generals in this war who were less successful than Cadorna. As I mentioned, he was technically winning at the Isonzo. It was just the worst way you could possibly win a war. But in my opinion, he's still in contention for being the worst general of all time, simply because, again, this man had no limits on what he could do. He could do whatever the fuck he wanted, and that's what he did. And then also, of course, he allowed Caporetto to happen. Although, as we'll see, there's a good case to be made that a lot of the blame for Caporetto goes to one of the army commanders, Capello. But we'll come back to that when we get there. Yeah, so again, think about this. There was no threat of a Bolshevik uprising in Italy. There was no disintegrating empire where you had a bunch of parts trying to break away. There weren't multiple fronts where you have other armies you have to keep up. All he had to do was to fight the Austrians. And all he could do was attack the same place over and over. And just one last thought on Cadorna. So I mentioned the Trentino offensive that took him by surprise, nearly took his flank. Well, do you know what he did to close that salient, Sean?
No.
He didn't do anything. Except for a couple of very small-scale offensives. But his next major initiative a month later was another battle in the Isonzo.
Damn. Yeah, there's some things that are striking about him. There is a rigidity and a complete lack of both imagination and curiosity. Like you said, he wasn't even studying anything on the Western Front at all. That's shocking. He, of course, I mean, there were certain limitations with Italy. Like we said, Italy had a lot of political turmoil, a lot of regionalism, and the Italian army itself is definitely at best second rate.
Yeah.
If you ever play the board game Paths of Glory, they have the worst army in the game, except maybe the Turks, which I think is actually unfair to the Turks in a lot of ways. But they got a pretty lousy army in that game. But you're right, he has more power and latitude than almost any other military commander. The only person really comparable might be Ludendorff, really. He was good, of course, like you said, the press completely had his back, and he was good at playing that up. He was always good at the media stuff. Now, you mentioned him with the fascists. A fun little aside. There were actually both him and Diaz both had Italian light cruisers named after them that fought in World War II. Diaz's cruiser was sunk by submarine. Cadorna's was then retired very like in early 1941 because the cruiser design was considered to be just that awful. And make it even funnier, when the war was over, Luigi Cadorna survived and was one of the few ships that they allowed the Italian Navy to keep after World War II because a lot of them were given out as war prizes, as I know you're going to mention later with one of the other ones. So yeah, Luigi Cadorna did serve past World War II for a few years. I don't know how many other cruisers they. I don't know if they named any other cruisers after generals. I'm going to go look at the list while you're talking. Look at some Wikipedia stuff. But I did remember writing to that and being like, "My God, they named a ship after this guy."
Yeah, they did. Surprising as that might be, they did name a ship after him. But also, a lot of it, as I mentioned, Mussolini was intent upon valorizing all of the generals of the war. And there's actually only one person he butted heads with that I know of, who was a senior commander. And that's because of an unrelated issue. But otherwise, even the handful of generals who weren't big fans of fascism, Mussolini was content to give them titles and honors and let them go retire.
Okay.
Yeah, so I mean, Mussolini very heavily courted the army generals, and most of them, as we'll see, were completely on board, including Cadorna, although a lot of that is because, of course, Mussolini wanted to rehabilitate him, and did so successfully.
Yeah.
And I think Cadorna lives until 1928, if I'm not mistaken. So
He does. He does. He actually died the same year as Diaz.
yeah, which is unfortunate for Diaz.
One other thing to note. One thing to note about Cadorna as well. You talk about Isonzo being this thing that creates Italy in a way. That also reminds me of Gallipoli with the Australians. And there's this whole argument made that much of nationalism is built in warfare. You know, with in the case of the French, with the French Revolutionary Napoleonic Wars, in the case of America with the Civil War, I'm not surprised that the battles of the Isonzo River would create would foster more of a national consciousness in Italy. That's not surprising to me.
Yeah, I mean, it does make a lot of sense, which is why I found it compelling. I mean, yeah, so Cadorna was the father of a new political order in some ways. And you can also make the case that, based on the way he governed and his use of propaganda, in many ways he was the blueprint for Mussolini. At least partially. Another person who was a big blueprint was a famous poet named D'Annunzio.
D'Annunzio. Danny wants to do a video on him at some point. He's fascinated by D'Annunzio.
Yeah, no, he is. He's a fascinating guy. And also his poems. Apparently, he's the one person who looked at World War One, and he was inspired by the beauty of the carnage. And he was like, man, this is fucking awesome. People are getting their limbs torn off. And he's like a 50-something-year-old man. He's acting like Beavis when he would go on a caffeine high. And he's like, man, this is fucking cool. And then, the Italian government promoted him to colonel or some bullshit. And he had his own plane. I think he led some recon planes or whatever it was.
Yeah.
And I think he also might have shot a few deserters who happened to run past him at one point. So, I mean, this is a guy who was all about the slaughter and thought it was awesome to see his countrymen get killed. Because, like, yeah, we're building Italy through blood.
So you're telling me he's kind of like a Nathan Bedford Forrest or even a George Washington. George Washington loved being in battle. But, though, there was another one to that as well. There's Ernst Junger, who wrote Storm of Steel, is a little bit similar in that regard. Although I don't think Ernst. I mean, I don't know enough about Nunzio to say, but I read Storm of Steel, and I wouldn't say he thinks the carnage is awesome, but he's not totally repulsed by it either. So there's a lot of those guys in the First World War, more than we'd care to think of. So there's not just voices of despair, if you will. Some of them are just into it.
If I understand, though, like the Nunzio went from having a bunch of mistresses and being all about, poetry, wine, and women to being about just pure war and carnage and mayhem and death. I mean, he went full fucking psychopath. And this is a guy who was already about 50 years old. So, I mean, this is a very strange transformation.
The other guy who loved war was your boy, Sternberg.
Well, yeah, I mean, but he probably had syphilis, though. So, with Cadorna, how do you think we should rate him? I mean, he's got to be pretty high up there, right?
Oh yeah, F all the way, man. He's high up there.
Yeah, I mean, because there are letters below F in theory. They just didn't make this chart. But if there were letters on here, he would be whatever the lowest tier possible is. Now,
I think
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I think one thing worth noting about this is, there was a lot of debate in Germany between, and this ties into Italy too. A lot of debate in Germany about, was somebody like Hitler an aberration or was it baked into the cake? And there's good arguments made on both sides. I'm more on the baked in the cake variety, if you will, that there were certain things in Germany that, of course, had to exist for somebody like Hitler to come in, and a lot of the stuff Hitler was trying to do was it was much more racist and psychotic, but a lot of it was stuff that the Kaiser's legions had tried to do, and particularly in Russia. And what I'm finding with your discussions here and things I have read before is that, a lot of the forerunners of Italian fascism are right here.
Yeah, I mean, in many ways, I didn't realize exactly how illiberal Italian democracy was. I mean, holy shit. I mean, because most of these guys we're looking at didn't have a lot of objections to what Cadorna did in terms of discipline. Most of them saw it as something that was needed, or something that was just what you did.
Yeah, I wonder if anybody in France or Britain went like, I don't know about that, man.
I think they did, yeah, and then basically Cadorna would tell them to shut up. But yeah, no, and Diaz, from what I understand, when he was ordered to make discipline a little more reasonable, he did it, but I think he might have been skeptical at first, because he actually supported that policy of Cadorna, at least until he changed it. So, but Orlando correctly surmised that if this kind of discipline continued, that the Italian army would disintegrate, that they needed to be treated like humans. So that leads us to the third and final chief of staff of the Italian army during World War I, Armando Diaz. He is often considered to be on the short list of the best generals of the conflict. But to be fair, one of the advantages that he had over a lot of his peers is that he had plenty of time to learn from the failures of Cadorna, and basically just to do the exact opposite of what Cadorna would do. And also, not to mention, he is, I think, one other advantage is that by the time he takes over and by the time the Austrian offensive fizzles out, Austria-Hungary has shot its last bolt and will not really be effective anymore. But I don't want to take away too much from Diaz, I'm just putting it in context. His task, while he did it very, very well, was not extremely difficult militarily. I just to make it to be as clear as possible. He was not actually very senior in rank compared to the two guys who came before him, and he was almost a generation younger. So Cadorna was born in 1850. I want to say Diaz is born in about 1859, 1860. So he's a fair amount younger. And while he did have a distinguished career, he had not been a army commander prior to this. He was from Naples. He was an artillery guy. And he finished first when he went to War College. And then later he was on Pollio's staff, back when Pollio was chief of staff. So he did have a lot of experience as a planner, and the people who knew him thought very highly of him. He was known as being very intelligent. He was one of the few people who came out of the Italo-Turkish War looking better. His regiment did well. And a fun side note, I forgot to mention, you know who one of the very few people on this list is who did not see any combat prior to becoming a major general or a large-scale commander?
Luigi Cadorna.
Ding, 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 ding. Yeah, no, almost all these other guys fought in Africa at some point. Cadorna never saw a day of combat in his whole life. And he was never deployed to Africa once, despite Italy being involved there constantly throughout his entire career. But anyway, so Pollio was one of the few guys who did well there. When the war broke out, he actually started out on Cadorna's staff as a planner, but then he was promoted to major general. He got a division, and then he got a corps. He performed well at Carso and later during the Battle of Gorizia, or Gorizia. I don't know how exactly you say it, but taking Gorizia was a huge deal at the time. It was the greatest victory of the war up to that point. And we'll talk about the guy who became a hero out of it a little bit later. After Caporetto, Diaz was chosen by Orlando to become the new chief of staff, despite not being the most obvious candidate. Again, he had not been an army commander. So he was promoted from corps straight to commander-in-chief. But it turned out to be a really, really good pick, and another reason why Orlando deserves credit. So Diaz, despite being a harsh disciplinarian by nature, was aware that the Italian army was falling apart, and Orlando told him, you gotta lax things up, so he did. And he actually worked very hard to make sure that soldiers would receive more leisure, have shorter tours of duty, and get better food. Now, one of the ways that helped is that because the lines are now shorter after Caporetto, the Italians did not have the logistical strain they had before, and men were closer to home. So all those things helped quite a bit, but Diaz did put in some work to make sure that that became a reality. He also, as a guy with a background in the artillery, and as someone who was very open to advice from the West, Diaz very much improved the Italian artillery. And the artillery would now be concentrated on a level comparable to the Western Front. And this, of course, would mean that from now on out, Italy did not lose any battles. So the next major attack, or actually, while after Caporetto, the battle that staunched the tide was fought at Monte Grappa in November 1917. It's also known as the First Battle of the Piave. That was mostly one of the army commanders, but Diaz was already in charge by this time. So after that happens, basically the operations grind to a halt because the Austrians are out of steam, the Germans redeploy, Diaz's foreign reinforcements arrive, so now he just reorganizes everything. And while he's rebuilding in June of 1918, the last Austrian offensive occurs. It's the Second Battle of Piave, and the most notable feature here is that he, with the army of Giardino, one of his generals, actually did a defensive bombardment which was timed perfectly to hit the men as they were advancing in the open. So Giardino was also an artillery expert, by the way. So the two of them working together with another artillery expert, Roberto Segre, they worked together and pulled this off, and it was a pretty impressive feat. If you look at the battle as a whole, the casualties were actually fairly comparable between the Italians and the Austrians, but it did help to restore morale because it proved to the Italians that they could fight because their self-confidence was pretty badly shattered by Caporetto.
Yeah.
But then a few months later, Diaz was ready to launch Vittorio Veneto. And this was where he took about 1.4 to 1.5 million men and attacked an Austrian army with a paper strength of 1.8 million men. Most likely it had actually shriveled below that by quite a bit, but on paper it was still 1.8 million men. And we'll talk about the units involved with it when we get to their commanders, but basically the Austrian army was broken after some short but fierce fighting, and then the army just broke, and the Italians just chased after them and chased them out of Italy. And that pretty much ended the war in Italy in October 1918. It was a pretty stunning victory. Caporetto had also been pretty stunning because even the Austrian and German generals didn't think they'd get as far as they got, but certainly no one thought the Austrian army would just disintegrate at Vittorio Veneto. So Diaz became known as the Duke of Victory. He got an official enfeoffment from King Victor Emmanuel, and he later served as Mussolini's Minister of War. In 1921, he toured the U.S., and he stopped by both Kansas City and New Orleans. And apparently in New Orleans, he planted a tree, and he also got a street named after him. Do you know where that's at?
Yes, that's in Lakeview. I was going to mention. There's actually a section of the Lakeview neighborhood where we have a street. There's a street named after General Diaz, Marshal Foch, and General Haig.
Okay, I think those two
Those
guys
are
were
the
there
names
as
of the.
well at that ceremony. At least Foch was.
Well, he had gone to Kansas City as part of the creation of a peace monument there, which is where the National World War One Museum is located. Which, by the way, I highly recommend. Easily one of the five best museums I've been to in America is the World War One Museum in Kansas City. I think actually it's far superior to the World War Two Museum in New Orleans.
Well, also
It's an
apparently
amazing museum.
the statue or relief or whatever it is of Diaz at Kansas City is apparently really really good from what I've heard.
Yeah, yeah. In the case, what I had heard, I mean, I don't know the exact story with this, but I'd heard about the New Orleans thing was that you had these streets in Lakeview that actually had German names, and they renamed them at the time after the leading commanders of World War One. And I don't know if they named it after them after the war. I was told by my father it was during the war, as part of the anti-German sentiments that were thrown around. During World War One, like symphonies refused to play Beethoven, for instance,
Damn.
and other stupid shit. You know, so I thought they were renamed then and not when you're saying exactly. But yeah, people around here totally forgot about that. I knew a guy who lived in General Diaz and he had a party there, and because he couldn't figure out who General Diaz was, he just said, "Yeah, I live in this General Diaz street." And it's like his party poster like showed like a Pancho Villa type.
Oh God.
Yeah, I mean, but I didn't know who General Diaz was either. I wasn't a World War One expert, particularly the Italian front. So it wasn't until later that I found out who General Diaz was. So yeah, he's got a street in New Orleans.
Yeah, so I mean he's a big deal, and he was kind of a worldwide celebrity at least for a minute. He was Minister of War for Mussolini, 1922 to 1924. Then he resigned due to poor health. Died in 1928, as you mentioned, the same year as Cadorna. I do have to wonder how they interacted though when they would see each other around. Like, hey, still incompetent? I don't know. I wish I could see that interaction. I imagine it would be stiff and awkward. But I mean, the thing about Cadorna is, of course, he would never admit that he fucked anything up. So I'm sure he'd just strut
Yeah,
right in like, "Hey, I'm Cadorna. I did a great job."
I'm really interested in the thing you mentioned about Diaz with the artillery. That's a really big deal because artillery is arguably the decisive weapon of the First World War. You know, but the other one too is he took his time, and I think it's one of the things that really hurt Cadorna. I mean, there's a lot of reasons to hate Cadorna, but one of the really dumb ones is that he never gave his men time to breathe. He's constantly tossing soldiers in, and the Italians wait many months before they attack the Austrians again. So lots of rebuilding morale, rebuilding the army, getting more men. And there's something to be said for that because I think sometimes a lot of military historians will overly fetishize like hurrying up an attack and seize the initiative. Sometimes just you need to like just take your time. A wonderful example of that is I'm doing this research on the Vistula Oder offensive in 1945, and the Soviets planned it for 5 months. And Stalin was notorious for ordering offensives to go forward before they were ready. And what do you know? That's the Soviet Union's most impressive victory of the war overall. Like I think that's one of the only operations they did where they inflicted, I think 5-to-1 casualty ratio on the Germans or something.
Damn.
Yeah, it's. I'm reading about it right now. Both Zhukov and Konev were at the absolute top of their game in that offensive, but they had time to plan it. And I think that this was one of Diaz's other things is that he did not launch the Italian army right straight in.
Yeah, there were some retraining, and I think he did adjust their tactics quite a bit. But a
Yeah,
lot of it was just building up the artillery, and they also had complete air superiority. Even though they only had 600 planes, the Austrians had zero. So they were much more well informed about where the Austrians were than the
did you say
Austrians.
that? If I'm not mistaken, at least in the previous years, the Austrian Air Force put up a pretty good fight against the Italians, but I guess in 1918 they just sort of disappeared.
We also, after they had broken through at Caporetto, they were now no longer that close to their own borders, so they
Mm,
were a bit out on their own. So they had a lot of supply issues that affected them. Now, their supply issues had always been total shit. I mean, the Austrian army in the Southern Front was always on a shoestring, but after Caporetto, it ended up in a worse position.
gotcha.
So yeah, they were not doing well. Like that's why their desertion rate was sky high. That and the fact that their empire's dying. But
Yeah.
so anyway,
You know,
yeah, Diaz. I think he's a very impressive figure overall, at least by the standards of World War One.
yeah, I'd have to go with S tier, even though I know what you said about his task. In some ways, not being as difficult, insofar as he's facing an Austrian army that's very much in decline. But it's still very impressive what he does, and I'm always impressed by somebody who's going to take over an army that's in such poor condition and turn it around to where it goes from being arguably the worst army in World War One to pulling off uh, two very impressive offensives.
Yeah, I think S tier's
Yeah.
fair, although with the caveat that compared to a lot of the other S tier people we've named in the past, he would not be. He's not near the top of the S tier. If we had made sub tiers, he'd be at the bottom of S. I mean,
Yeah, yeah.
and that's not a slight against the man. It's just that again, there are some mitigating factors. Although one thing in his favor, the commander in chief of the Austrian army that he smashed was one of the best Austrian generals, Berevich.
Yes, Borevich was the oh god, he wasn't he the one who had commanded the Austrian armies in most of the Isonzo battles and had won most of those?
Yes,
Or I
although
think
to be
it's yeah.
fair, the one time where he was legit outgeneraled by Cadorna was the sixth Asanzo. And a lot of that is
Okay.
because Cadorna, after containing the Trentino offensive rather than counterattacking, he unexpectedly transitioned all his forces back to the Isonzo and struck immediately.
Hmm.
So he did achieve surprise for pretty much the first and only time in his career, and he gained a lot of ground in that battle. So it's actually probably Cadorna's best moment was the sixth Isonzo, although he actually gained more ground at the 11th, but that was basically just against an Austrian army that was really in bad shape. So even though Berevich made good arrangements, I mean, his army sucked, so there's only so much he could do.
Yeah.
But now we get to the individual army commanders, and what I did methodologically was to go through, say, the first army, get all their commanders, second army, etc. And as I said at the outset, I did exclude the guys who were temporary commanders, like Etna. So these will only be men who commanded for a significant amount of time and fought some battles and actually did some stuff. So first up, we have the first ever commander of the Italian First Army, Roberto Brusati. The reason why he was this high ranking is because in 1908 he had been Victor Emmanuel's aide de camp. And actually, he was the general I mentioned earlier who helped to decide to go for Pollio rather than Cadorna as chief of staff. I don't think it's a stretch to speculate that Cadorna might have held a grudge about that. Because, as we'll see, Brusati did not last that long, and the grounds for firing him were pretty thin. So anyway, Brusati, as we'll see, a lot of these guys, almost all of them, were also senators. And I'm not sure exactly how that worked, but it was possible to be an active officer and a senator at this time. And most of these guys, after they win some battles, will get put into the Senate if they're not already there. But Brusati was already in the Senate. And actually, he had voted against, or he voted for neutrality when Italy was trying to get itself entangled in the war, or when Salandra was. So he was an ally of Giolitti, trying to stop the war from happening. So that made it a little bit awkward because now he's one of the major generals and he's commanding one of the major field armies. At first, they have three major field armies. And his role will be with First Army to guard the flank along the mountains. Now, at first, he is ordered to find the Austrians who are in Italian territory and push them back. But when he gets to the frontier, he discovers that there are no Austrian troops there. When he tells Cadorna, Cadorna doesn't believe him. He just thinks that Brusati's being battle-shy. So then he has to cross the border, do some scouting, and eventually finds that the Austrians took up a formidable position on high ground, and that they did not try to defend the border itself. So by the time he starts to get in the position to attack, he's attacking uphill. Predictably, those attacks fail because, despite what Cadorna thought, uphill attacks are not a great idea. So Brusati was able to conquer some ground just because the Austrians had abandoned it, but that was about it. After August 1915, he was on the defensive. After even Cadorna figured out that there was nothing more to be gained, so his whole role was to hold at the Trentino while Cadorna's other armies battered themselves away at the Isonzo. He did make some localized advances, Brusati did, in order to rationalize his front, so he carried a few hills here and there, but nothing major. He did start to receive reports in early 1916, however, that a major Austrian offensive was in the works. And he reports this to Cadorna, but Cadorna doesn't listen. Cadorna says, they're not going to do that. Here's 5 additional divisions. I'm going to shift the offensive to your front. So the one time Cadorna got a little bit creative, he decided to attack along the Trentino. And so the only result of that is that Brusati was forced to leave his fortifications to try to get forward. He gains a little bit of ground, but not a lot. And Cadorna, rather than seeing, oh wait, I was right initially, this area is impossible to attack from the south, he instead says, Brusati's not doing very well, I should fire him. And apparently Cadorna had been plotting this for a while, because when he tours the front in April, he actually refused to meet with Brusati. And then a few days later, Brusati gets a message that he has been relieved of command. This is May 8th, 1915. The new general takes over named Giraldi, and then on May 16th, Conrad's Trentino offensive began. So, Brusati basically was someone that Cadorna didn't like. He was assigned to the backwater theater, and when he couldn't do the impossible, he was sacked. So what do you think of Roberto Brusati? Sean? Let's go. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. My computer, I think, timed out. I didn't hear the last thing he said until you said, Sean, what do you think? So you were talking about the offensive that he detected, and then what happened?
I was talking about Roberto Brusati overall. The guy who...
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I didn't hear the last stuff you said about him.
Oh, I was just saying, basically, that he was relieved on May 8th, and then the offensive that he had reported to Cadorna as being in the offing occurred, and it was, of course, a huge disaster.
Gotcha. I don't really know this. What do you think?
I mean, to me, Brusati is basically a C. He's just kind of average. He was held back pretty hard by Cadorna. He seems to be fairly competent, but he couldn't really do much because he was constrained, and he's on a front where you can't really go anywhere.
Yeah. Is that going to be the fate? Is that going to be a story with a lot of these army commanders?
A number of them, yes. A number of them seem competent, but they didn't really get a big chance to shine, and they were forced to do what Cadorna wanted, so that's basically all we can judge them on. And of course, this is a picture of Bruce. Do what?
I said always a good thing when you're forced to do what Cadorna wants you to do, right?
Yep. And also, as I mentioned, Brusati was in the Senate, so after he gets relieved, he just becomes a full-time senator. And this is actually a picture of him in a civilian suit. So, yeah, that's the only picture I could find of him. The guy who replaced him was Guglielmo Pecori Giraldi. And as you can see from his picture here, he has a very strong superficial resemblance to Cadorna. He's got a very similar mustache, and His eyes are also shaped the same way. Interestingly enough, he's also from a noble family, and his father was also a war hero from the War's Unification. He was born in 1856, so he's just shy of 60 when Italy enters the war. He had a lot of experience in Africa, starting all the way back in 1887. He also commanded as a lieutenant general one of the two divisions in Italy under the overall command of Carlo Caniva during the Italo-Turkish War, and he got a feel for both victory and disgrace. So at one point in the war, he led a successful attack on the oasis at Ain Zara. He took it over and then sort of became the commandant of the region, but then he heard a false report that there were Italian POWs being held nearby, so he sent a rescue column under Colonel Gustavo Fora, but the column was ambushed and destroyed, and while Giraldi said that Fora was responsible, the Board of Inquiry said that it was actually Giraldi's fault for falling for the ruse, so he was relieved of command, and then he retired immediately after Italy left Turkey. So it looked like things were over for him, and it was pretty apparent that his quote-unquote retirement was actually a resignation, but anyway, he came back when the war started. But at first he was held back. He only commanded the division. He later took over 7th Corps, and then Cadorna eventually gave him an army command when he decided to sack Brusati. But unfortunately for Giraldi, as soon as he took command 8 days later, his army, which was still strung out from an offensive that had been ill-conceived, was then smashed by the Trentino offensive. He's the man on the spot, and it's unclear whether he believed Brusati or Cadorna about the imminent attack. So First Army has to hold the line, and that's what Giraldi does, but he has to get significant reinforcements, and he also has to get help from the Fourth Army, which had been formed in the meantime. So he gets attacked across a 50-kilometer front, the flanks held firm, but the center bowed out, and actually Fourth Army's role was to hold the plain behind First Army, so that way if the Austrians broke through, they'd fight on level ground. So things had gotten dire, but Giraldi was the man on the spot, holding the line. He also did a lot of firing of subordinates who were not up to snuff. Because we think about it, First Army had not been tested the way that other armies had been tested, since it had largely been in a quiet sector. So a lot of the men who were in command were not up to snuff. Giraldi fired them and replaced them as needed. He got the army back into shape, especially with all the reinforcements Cadorna was feeding him, and he managed to stabilize the line. But a lot of the reason why Conrad's offensive failed was not because of the Italians, but rather because Conrad had to stop feeding men into it because the Brusilov offensive broke out elsewhere. So the Russians launched a massive attack, so Conrad had to start sending his men elsewhere, so a lot of the men he had in the Trentino were withdrawn. Of course, as we mentioned, Cadorna did not think, oh, my flank almost got destroyed, and my Isonzo armies almost got cut off. He instead said, oh good, that's over, we can get back to what matters, let's attack the Isonzo again. So, basically, Giraldi now has something like 400,000 men under his command in total, and basically he's just there to watch the salient, but Cadorna will not give him orders to attack it. And a lot of what he holds is now along the mountains, what is known as the White War. So a lot of the White War is on mountains that are so steep you can't really fight, and it's often so cold that it's impossible to expose yourself to the elements, so the men would just remain in their tents, and that's about all they could do. And if anything, more men died from avalanches than from gunfire in the White War. So a lot of this was pretty miserable. It was also quiet for the most part. He did some operations in the latter half of 1916, mostly small scale, and he would go after specific mountains. Sometimes he won, sometimes he didn't. 2 of his corps were removed from the army at the year's end to form part of the new 6th Army under Mambretti. When the catastrophe broke at Caporetto, the 1st Army was still guarding the flank, but eventually some of his men were rediverted to help to end the rout of the main army. and then recovered the retreat away from the Isonzo. So despite the relocation of the front, First Army actually doesn't move very far. For most of the rest of 1917, Giraldi's men would continue to wage small actions in the mountains. When Diaz reorganizes the army, a couple corps were stripped away to form other armies, and Giraldi, with a reduced army, remained on the defensive. The Italians tried to increase pressure in early 1918 in order to pin down First Army. This was ahead of Vittorio Veneto, but in the event, Diaz did not intend to use First Army very much, so the role of First Army was to be in reserve. However, when the offensive got going, First Army did distinguish itself after the Austrians started to collapse because Giraldi led a pretty hot pursuit along an uncontested route and managed to capture a lot of ground, including occupying the city of Trento. Later on, he went into the Senate, and he was named as a field marshal in 1928. So what do you think about Pecori Giraldi?
He seems to have been one of the more solid commanders, even though, like you said, First Army was typically in more quiet sectors. So, like a B?
Yeah, I'd say either a B or a C for him. I mean, he does all right. Doesn't really fuck anything up. Doesn't do anything spectacular. It is interesting.
He also seems to have been kind of. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say he had a very long tenure with First Army. It seems as well, which I think a lot of these Italian armies had a lot of turnover. It seems.
Well, except for the Third Army, as we'll see, it only ever had one commander, and he's massively overrated. But we'll get to him later.
Gotcha.
But yeah, it's also interesting if we look at the guys that Diaz really trusted during the operation at Vittorio Veneto. Most of them were first-time army commanders, the guys he really put his trust in. So a lot of the guys who really kicked ass in that battle were first-time army commanders, which I found pretty shocking, because there were a lot of veteran commanders around to be had. But those are not the guys Diaz went with. So next up we have another veteran commander who did really well. I think he's Second Army, and his name is Pietro Frugoni. He's about the same age as Cadorna. He was born in 1851. He did not have quite the rise that Cadorna had. He only made lieutenant general in 1906. He commanded a corps in the Italo-Turkish War. He took part in the Battle of Zanzur in September 1912. So this was a huge target after Giraldi had his little failure. And yeah, Frugoni later worked with one of the corps commanders named Camerana, but the two of them together were unable to take the position at Zanzur, so they were relieved and replaced. So Frugoni's on the long list of men who came out looking worse from the Italo-Turkish War. Later on, of course, Frugoni gets Second Army when the war starts, so he was not that badly damaged by it. And he would be the Second Army's commander during the first, I believe it's 4 or 5 battles of the Isonzo. What's interesting is that although Cadorna does not seem to have put much stock in him, Frugoni does significantly and consistently outperform his Third Army counterpart. We'll get to that in a minute. The first battle, they didn't really gain much ground, but they lost a lot of men because Cadorna had a short bombardment, then a frontal uphill assault that fails massively. A few weeks later, they have the second battle, and Frugoni's role was to demonstrate along the line while the Duke of Aosta's Third Army stomped forward. That was a failure, but of course it's not Frugoni's fault. Cadorna then waits till October 1915 to try the third battle. He built up his artillery to just 1,200 guns. Before it had been just a few hundred. And he also issued helmets for the first time. So up until the third battle of the Isonzo in October 1915, Italian troops did not have helmets. I should have said that earlier, but anyway, imagine that. A war with a lot of shrapnel, and you don't have a fucking helmet. And apparently these helmets were pretty second rate, by the way. Okay, so in the third battle, Frugoni's job was to seize Mount Sabatino, while the Duke of Aosta went after Mount San Michele. Frugoni was able to temporarily seize the position that he was assigned to, but his men were then thrown back by a counterattack, whereas the Duke of Aosta never came close. The losses in the third battle were pretty lopsided in terms of the Italians losing way more men than the Austrians. However, because the Austro-Hungarian army was so much smaller, proportionally speaking, they only broke even. So that's something to keep in mind about the Isonzo front, is that except in the battles where the Austrians severely kick the Italians' ass, they basically lose every battle if we're talking about just pure math. Because the degree to which they have to win in order to gain in strength on the Italians is absurd. During the fourth battle, basically what Cadorna did is that he more or less just transitioned to making more diffuse attacks, sort of more of a recon and force rather than just concentrated thrust. And this basically picks up right after the fourth battle. As Sean mentioned, Cadorna did not really believe in resting his men. So that battle ended in late October. By November 10th, Cadorna has his men back on the attack. That will last until December 2nd. And the fourth battle doesn't so much formally end because Cadorna calls it off, as it just kind of fizzles out. Because both sides run out of supplies, it gets cold, it's a rough winter, and people just stop fighting. The Austrians lost 32,000 men, as opposed to 50,000 Italians, and this was the first time that Conrad started to ask the Germans for more men. Of course, that request would take a while to take fruition, but it's only at this point that Conrad and Berejevich and some of the others realize that the Italian front is unwinnable with the number of men the Austrians have. Because even when Cadorna makes boneheaded assaults, ultimately the math is on the side of the Italians. So, the fifth battle of the Isonzo is a pretty limited operation of short duration. The highlight was when Frugoni captured Mount Sabatino and held it this time. So he succeeded. When the Trentino offensive struck, Cadorna took Frugoni away from 2nd Army, gave him command of a newly formed 5th Army, and then sent him to assist Giraldi. His role was to engage the enemy if they broke into the plain. So I misspoke earlier, I said 4th Army, it's actually 5th Army. 4th Army had a different front that was near 1st Army. He didn't really end up doing that much, but part of that's because Giraldi's line held. For whatever reason, Cadorna was not happy with what Frugoni had done with the 5th Army, so he actually relieved him in May of 1916, and he would remain in reserve for the remainder of the war. And I don't know why Frugoni was not reemployed, because he actually seems to have done relatively well, or at least competently. He performed well enough every time he was put into the field. And again, I don't know why he was not tapped by Diaz, but yeah, he also definitely did better than the Duke of Aosta, who was the 3rd Army commander, but Frugoni was not really used very much. And also, the success that Cadorna achieved during the 6th Isonzo was predicated upon him holding Mount Sabatino, which was used as the jumping-off point. So, in many ways, Frugoni did well for the Italians, but he was not rewarded for it, and he was dismissed and set aside. So, what do you think of Pietro Frugoni? Sean?
Don't have much of an opinion. I'm sorry, I don't have much of an opinion on this one, actually. No, I've got nothing of interest really to say. What do you want to rank him?
I mean, to me, he's a B or a C. He's solid, but nothing too spectacular. Again, part of it's because he was very constrained in what he could do. He's fighting on the Isonzo.
Yeah. I'd say go with the C on him. That's what I'd say.
I agree. All right. Next up, we have his replacement. Settimio Piacentini. Piacentini was born in 1859. He initially led the 16th Corps in Albania because the Italians at this time owned some land across the Adriatic Sea. They were holding Albania effectively as kind of a military colony. There wasn't a lot of fighting against the Austrians there. It's mostly just an occupation force. But he's recalled from Albania to take over 5th Army after Cadorna sacks Frugoni. But later he takes over 2nd Army, which was also a former Frugoni command. And as commander of 2nd Army, he will be very involved in the 6th and 7th battles of the Isonzo. So, a lot of the men Cadorna had sent in order to shore up the Trentino are now returned to their post using the railroads that had recently been built, and the Austrians were caught off guard. This will lead to probably Cadorna's most impressive victory as a general, the 6th Isonzo. So they strike pretty unexpectedly in August 1916, just a couple months after Trentino was nearly a catastrophe. Piacentini and the Duke of Aosta both made pretty significant gains in this battle, the most significant being once again in the 2nd Army sector, the city of Gorizia. And this was really the first city of note that the Italians had managed to capture. So this is something the press really played up. So you might think, well, Piacentini must be on his way to stardom. But hold up. All the credit for the fall of the city goes to the Corps commander, Luigi Capello. He controls the 6th Corps. So Capello becomes a media darling. And as we'll discuss, Capello is also a fairly charismatic guy. So it kind of makes sense. During the 7th Battle of the Isonzo, this was just a focused assault by 3rd Army, with 2nd Army just kind of standing there. Also, Piacentini was still in command during the 8th battle. I forgot about that. His orders were to break out from Gorizia and then to make further progress, but he only fights for 2 days and the effort is a total flop. It's unclear to me exactly what 2nd Army does in the 9th and 10th battles, but it does seem that 3rd Army was more heavily used in both of those. And eventually, going into the 11th battle, Piacentini will be replaced by his former subordinate, Luigi Capello. After the war, Piacentini returned to Albania, where he was one of the senior generals, and he actually took part in the Battle of Vlora, where the Italians were defeated and Albania became an independent country in 1920. So, what do you think of Settimio Piacentini?
I don't really have any notes here. I'm curious about the Albania thing. What was the deal with what was Albania's like? Did Italy invade Albania in 1920 or something?
See, I don't know the exact details of Italy's involvement, but I know that they had control over a lot of Albania at this time, and they also had a strong interest in Albania in World War II. So they were trying to claim hold of that part of the Adriatic, and a lot of that has to do with old Venetian imperialism in the Middle Ages, where the Venetians had seized a bunch of cities along the Balkan coast.
I know there's a tendency, and that kind of something to mention as well, because I looked up a lot of the Italian. I was like, okay, so who had various ships named after him, who was a World War I general, and you look at the names of the Italian cruisers, and a whole bunch of them were named after like the Emperor Tiberius, Scipio Africanus, Pompey. And there is with Italy, there's a lot of this going on in general at the time, of course, but I'm noticing a lot with Italy, a lot of hearkening back to the past, the ancient past.
Yes.
So I could totally, yeah. So if that has something to do with Venetian stuff, I could totally see them using that at least as, if not as kind of a pretext, or at least like or at least kind of like a way to get to rally people to the idea of, yeah, let's go invade Albania. We used to be part of this great Venetian empire.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically, that was the kind of pretext the Italians used at this time. But in terms of hearkening back to the ancient past, I think especially during and after the war, World War I that is, the Italians realized, well, in the modern world, we're not doing so hot militarily, so if we're looking for models, we're going to have to go back a little way. So that's why they start really obsessing over their Roman heritage and That's why Mussolini tries to use so much Roman imagery, because he's trying to recapture something that he cannot recreate in the modern world.
Yeah, I mean, they did name a lot of ships also after, uh, notable Italians of the Renaissance and elsewhere. Leonardo da Vinci actually had a battleship named after him, and so did Dante. Dante,
Damn.
and during World War One. Yeah, so it's all over the place. They got another one. Of course, you got the battleship Andrea Doria, which is named after the great admiral who I believe defeated the Turks, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was the one who was victorious at Lepanto, I believe. Uh, yeah, so I mean, they're drawn from every which way that they can.
Yeah. How do you feel about rating Piacentini?
Um, I'll leave that one up to you.
I mean, to me, he seems like a D. I'm not too impressed by him, but he didn't really have any huge fuck ups or anything. He's just kind of there. He does okay. But part of it is Cadorna sidelines him in favor of the Third Army for whatever reason. And then I think that one of the few times Cadorna's hand was forced is when Capello rises to command. And we're about to talk about Capello, actually.
Okay, can't
So,
wait.
yeah, Luigi Capello. He was born in 1859, so he's the same age as Diaz. He's sort of on the younger end for a lot of these guys. He did well in the Italo-Turkish War. He led a column during the closing phases of the conflict. But it was only when he was corps commander at Gorizia when he seized the city that he became a national hero. And at this time, there weren't very many national heroes. There was Cadorna, and now there's Capello. And naturally,
Hmm.
Cadorna was not happy with the fact that he had to share the limelight with somebody. So actually, Cadorna tried to bury his career after the capture of Gorizia. And he even he made him change corps a couple times. So Capello ended up commanding a couple of different corps before he became army commander. But everywhere he went, he did relatively well. Um, Capello had a lot of popularity because of a few reasons. One is that he is very charismatic. The other is that he is a tactical innovator. And the thing that he was really big on was creating the Arditi, basically the Italian assault troops World War One. So this was a great idea, and the Arditi would do really impressive work in the war. However, not only were Cadorna and some of the other generals kind of anti-intellectual and against innovation, but they also were fearful that Capello would build a following with the Arditi. And some of them actually privately called the Arditi Capello's Praetorians. So what they were thinking is Capello might try to seize control of the government and be dictator. Which seems ridiculous when you think that Cadorna basically already is that. So it's kind of already happened, right?
Yeah.
Um, so Capello was charismatic, energetic, very popular with the troops. And the only thing that he had going against him was that, as you can see from the picture, he's a bit overweight, actually quite a bit overweight, and that probably affected his health because, as we'll see, at a key moment he was ill, and then he fell back into illness uh, at another key moment. So that could be said to be one of his major downfalls as a general. So in June 1917, when he took over Second Army, this was right before the 11th Isonzo offensive, and this was destined to be one of the greatest Italian victories of the war, and especially Capello did well. Once again, the Duke of Aosta got outperformed by the Second Army commander. Capello may have been a little bit too aggressive in this battle because he did extend his line quite a bit as he smashed through Austrian positions. But that was what he was ordered to do, and in fact his men actually reached the far bank of the Isonzo for basically the first time in the war. The Austrians were reeling, they were in very bad shape. But Capello then fell ill and had to be relieved for about 2 or 3 weeks by a guy who stepped in for him. And then he came back from illness for just a few days, and then Caporetto occurred. And in the meantime,
Hmm.
neither Capello nor his temporary replacement had thrown up new entrenchments. So the Second Army was not only out of position, but it also was not entrenched properly. And the Austrians and Germans actually did not know that Second Army was not ready for them. So they thought, yeah, we have the strength to push them back. And with our new infiltration tactics, we're definitely carrying whatever positions they have, but there's only so far we can get. We're just going to restore balance to this front, throw back the gains Cadorna made recently, and then leave. But instead, Second Army being so badly out of position is kind of like what Sickles did at Gettysburg, where his men were so out of position that they endangered the whole army. So Capello's Second Army is getting torn to shit. And while this is going on, he's trying to exert himself. He falls ill again and has to leave command. So Cadorna has to turn to somebody else. And now the retreat is on. So there's even a case to be made that Caporetto was more Capello's fault than Cadorna's. Certainly Cadorna would make that case. But anyway, the Italian army, due to Caporetto, lost 800,000 men in total, mostly captured. And the army was reduced from 1.8 to 1 to just 1 million men, and even after Diaz's reorganization, it never got beyond like 1.4 again. So this was a massive catastrophe. And it was one of the greatest defeats of the entire war. So, not surprisingly, a board of inquiry actually found Capello guilty, and he was drummed out of the service. Which was fairly rare. Now, usually when people are found guilty, they're given the option to retire. Capello was simply dismissed. So, pretty unusual.
No doubt Cadorna had something to do with that.
Although Cadorna might have been gone by then. This might have been under Diaz by the time that board of inquiry happened.
Right, but he's going to have influence, though.
So, oh, yeah. So Capello was gone. Despite that, over the years, he has been one of the more revered figures from the war. And actually, if you look up Italian biographies of World War I generals, he's probably got, I would say, a pretty respectable number of them. And they're mostly positive. So, when we think about his abilities, he does seem to be pretty capable. He just really, really fucked up at Caporetto. So to me, he's basically the Gaius Terentius Varro of World War I. Because it's clear that Varro had abilities. He just really fucked up at Cannae. But at the same time, though, I mean, what else could the man be known for other than Caporetto? Yet, in the Italian memory, and this again goes back to the fascist rehabilitation largely of all their generals, they tried to make them all out to be really good. But another thing Capello has going for him in terms of politics is that he was the one guy who was very staunchly anti-fascist, at least at one point in his career. So after the fascists are gone, there's a huge effort to rehabilitate Capello. Because actually, now that I think about it, he was the one guy the fascists were not interested in rehabbing. So, early after the war, he joins the fascists. He's one of Mussolini's earliest supporters. He's in the March on Rome. So he's a pretty big fascist. But then Mussolini decides to go after the Masons. The Freemasons, that is. Capello was a Freemason himself, so he goes to Mussolini. He's like, what the fuck are you doing? The Masons haven't done anything wrong. And Mussolini basically says they're a secret society, I'm going to crush them. And Capello says, over my dead body. So he actually becomes one of Mussolini's leading detractors around 1924. And there's an assassination attempt on Mussolini by a Mason. It's unclear whether Capello was actually involved, but he was still arrested for it. And he was sentenced to 30 years in prison. He ended up serving 11. And he was released in 1936. He lived until 1941 in Rome, and then he died. And it was only in 1946 when the Italian government restored his military rank and honors. So even though he supported Mussolini early on, and Mussolini had that policy of glorifying all the generals, Capello still got fucked. But today, because he opposed Mussolini, he's basically a hero again. So what do you think of Capello?
He's probably the most complicated one that you've gone over, honestly. I'd say overall he's very talented, but of course he makes this particular big mistake. But then again, I mean, how many generals do you know don't make big mistakes? I mean, hell, right? Frederick the Great was taken by surprise at Hochkirch. Got his ass kicked at Colin, for instance, Colin, however you pronounce it. And if anything too, if you think about it, like what's the mistake he makes in the up to Caporetto that he's too aggressive?
Well,
That's
he's a little
probably
too
that's
aggressive early on, but he does succeed in carrying positions, but then he doesn't consolidate. And partly that's because he got sick. So a lot of it's on the guy who replaced him temporarily.
gotcha. Yeah, I'd say the guy's a B or an A.
Really? Okay, because I was thinking more of an E just because of the fact that Caporetto occurred the way that it did because of Second Army.
I think that something like that, if you're going to be that kind of aggressive, you're going to run the risk of something like that. But on the other hand, this is an actual tactical innovator. The creation of the Arditi is very important. As you know, it's also very important for eventual Italian fascism. I mean, a lot of Arditi are going to become fascists, and the fascists, I believe, even took on the uniform of the Arditi. Um, and it seems to me to be one of the more generally successful Italian commanders. And like you said, the temporary commander is probably the one who's more at fault for Caporetto. Uh, and I mentioned something about aggressiveness, going back to a Civil War reference. There's a Confederate cavalry commander in Louisiana named Tom Green, and he was very successful commander. Won almost every battle he was involved in. His cavalry could take on Union infantry and win in a straight fight. But there's one battle he loses, Fort Butler, near Donaldsonville, Louisiana, and Richard Taylor did not, his superior did not scold him for it because he essentially said, look, he's an aggressive guy. When you're aggressive, sometimes you're gonna get a Fort Butler. That's just the name of the game. But he's gonna win most of the time. But if you're saying E, I'm going high with him. We just want to meet in the middle here and say like C or D.
Yeah, we can go with a C or a D. I mean, he's clearly a man of ability, but it just Caporetto is. I mean, that's got to factor in because that almost knocked Italy out of the war.
I say go with the C.
All right, we can go with a C. Um,
I say go with the C.
yeah, he's a complicated guy, and I think he went from being, you know, I think he was the guy that used as a scapegoat in fascist Italy, but then after fascist Italy, he became overrated because he opposed Mussolini. So yeah, he's one of those guys who is basically his reputation has very much been subject to contemporary politics, more so even than anybody else on this list. Even though all of them have had their reputations affected by political developments, but I think he's probably the one who's been the most affected.
It is worth noting that despite the fact that Italy had a different experience post World War II because they had switched sides, and so by the end of the Italian campaign, there are Italian units fighting on the Allied side and on the Axis side, right?
Right.
So, but Italy did not go through anything like denazification or even some of the stuff we did in Japan, really. So, for instance, Luigi Cadorna, even though he is a backer of fascism, that ship of his that stays in the Italian Navy, it keeps the name Luigi Cadorna. They don't rename it, And unlike Nazis who like even Rudolf Hess, who who was not involved in things like the Holocaust, for instance, he had a grave. The grave's gone now, right? You can visit Mussolini's grave. You know about this?
No.
Yeah, yeah. I think he's in a basement of a church or something. Yeah, you can go check out Mussolini.
Huh.
Meanwhile, the Soviets when they scattered Hitler's ashes, I think that's what they did with him. They kept it secret where they did it because they didn't want it to become like a spot where Nazis would congregate.
Probably a wise move, honestly.
Probably so, but it's the the way Italian fascism is dealt with in Italy is just way different than Nazism for a whole bunch of reasons. But I think one of them is because there was not that kind of an occupation that happened. Um, you know. So anyway, so that's just a little aside there. But yeah, these guys' are reputations they're in flux. But Italy's a special case too. Of course, you also know about the Japanese ones, right? Who died? The the ones we executed for war crimes. I'm actually gonna read a book on that in a few months. We took their ashes. The Japanese took some of their ashes and put them in a Shinto shrine, which is still controversial to this day. But yeah, if you want to go like pay your respects to the ashes of Tojo, you can do it.
Damn. I forgot to tell you, when I was playing Yakuza 6, the main plot is that at the city of, forget what it was. It's not Yokohama, but it's one of the coastal cities. Anyway, whatever coastal city that is, the secret is that Japan had built a new battleship Yamato that was a little bigger and better than the one that got sunk, and that it was being held in a dry dock. But it had been finished secretly after Japan had surrendered, but it was ready to go and completely operational. So in the game, the new Yamato rises from its dry dock and is now in the harbor, and it creates an international uproar. And it's
That's
been
probably
covered up by
Yokosuka.
Japanese politicians for generations.
It's probably Yokosuka because that was a major naval base, navy yard as well. Probably Yokosuka. Fun fact about Yamato: it was built in complete secrecy. When I say complete secrecy, there was like a box around the thing or something like that. Like nobody was able to take photos. Like the Japanese are terrified that some American spy would take a photograph of it and send it back, but it could never happen because they essentially like walled off the area where they built it.
Damn,
Yeah, pretty crazy, yeah.
pretty neat. All right. Next up we have Luca Montuori. He was born in 1859. He led a brigade at Zanzur in 1912. He did well. He was a division commander when the war started. He got promoted to 20th Corps. He oversaw some of the White War battles, including Monte Piana and also the Battle of Monte Ortagara, which occurred in June 1917. And this is where Cadorna once again ordered a massive uphill assault and failed despite having a 3-1 numerical edge. Even though most of the men involved were from Monteori's corps, the blame went to the army commander, Mambretti, who we'll talk about later, of 6th Army, and he got fired. So Cadorna was the architect, but then he fired a subordinate for fucking it up, supposedly. So we'll get to Mambretti later, but there you go, is another victim of Cadorna. But after Caporetto, Monteori temporarily filled in for Capello as the 2nd Army was retreating. He was not the interim commander who failed to dig in, though. Keynote. But he was the guy who was trying to get the remnants of the army back intact. I guess he did relatively well in this role, but there's only so much he could have done. So, I mean, the army was in tatters, and like I said, they received the major bulk of that attack. And a lot of the casualties were 2nd Army. Later on, Diaz rewarded him with another army command of a reformed 6th Army. And at the 2nd Piava, where the Austrians launched their last offensive, the 6th Army took part, but it was mostly a 4th Army battle. So I guess Monteori did a little bit there. A lot of the credit for 2nd Piava belongs to Diaz and a guy we'll get to later, Giardino. The Italians also had some British and French troops who fought in this battle, mostly French, at 2nd Piava. Monteori's new army going into Vittorio Veneto included the British 48th Division. And he did not have a major role, which is unusual because he did have foreign troops. And normally the armies with foreign troops in them were entrusted with major thrust, but the 6th Army was held a little bit in reserve, so it followed up in the 2nd wave after a few days. So the major thrusts were by 4th Army, 10th Army, 12th Army, and then I guess after that, 6th Army would be the most significant. So he's kind of like almost a jab, whereas the other ones were thrust. After the war, he became a senator, and he became a very dedicated fascist. In fact, when Mussolini was overthrown in 1943, Monteori still stayed loyal to the fascist cause, and that caused him to be booted from the Senate. He then died in 1952 at the age of 93. So what do you think of Luca Monteori?
Yeah, I don't have any notes here. What do you want to rank them?
To me, he's basically a C. I mean, he did his job. He didn't do it with any particular flair, but his job was pretty difficult.
Gotcha. I know the next one's one of the big generals of the war.
Yeah, he's the big one, and he's one where I have a bit of a hot take. But it's a hot take I'm very confident in.
All right, let's hear it.
All right, so next up we have Prince Emmanuel Filiberto, the Duke of Aosta. He's a cousin of Victor Emmanuel. He was married to a member of the deposed Orleans dynasty of France, which is a branch of the Bourbon dynasty. He's easily the most overrated Italian commander of the conflict, maybe the most overrated commander of the entirety of the First World War. He has his job because he is the cousin of Victor Emmanuel. His Third Army, which he commanded throughout the entire conflict, consistently achieved less than the Second Army under its 3 commanders, or actually 4 commanders. So, consistently, Third Army was outperformed by the army right next to it. A lot of his fame is from the fact that the Third Army was not destroyed at Caporetto, retreated in good order, and then went on to fight in other battles. So it fought throughout the entire army under the same commander, and this earned him the nickname of the Undefeated Duke. But I don't think this guy's impressive at all. In fact, as I mentioned, he couldn't really do that much offensively. He underperformed pretty consistently, and all he did was avoid major defeats. So at a certain point, if you're saying someone's a good general or a good army commander, and that guy was in command for about 3 years, had all kinds of opportunities, you have to ask the question, whose ass did he kick? And the answer is no one's. He didn't kick anyone's ass. The whole time he's in command, he had plenty of opportunities. And as I mentioned, a lot of times when Cadorna would make his Isonzo offensives, he'd give the men and material to the Third Army and let the Duke of Aosta carry it out. And in most of those offensives, nothing happened. When both armies attacked, most of the gains were by Second Army. What does that tell you? Well, 1, Cadorna sucks at choosing commanders, but 2, Duke of Aosta is not that great. His 2 best battles were the ones where the Italians kicked ass everywhere, the 6th and 11th Isonzo battles. But in both cases, again, not to belabor the point too much, but Second Army did better in both cases. And also, in both cases, Cadorna actually had a solid plan, which was pretty rare. Although in the 11th, of course, the main problem is that Austria-Hungary is falling apart. At Caporetto, the main blow fell on Second Army with Capello, who was unprepared, and so Aosta was largely able to fall back because he was adjacent to the disaster. And although he did keep good order, and it wasn't terrible, there's no record of his Third Army, say, jumping in and saving other units. He saved himself, and that was it. Here's the really damning piece of evidence, though. At Vittorio Veneto, Third Army was held in reserve. So you would think that for political reasons, and because the Duke of Aosta is the only commander who has been tenured since the very beginning of the war, and has the most experience, you would think that he would be included in the major thrust at Vittorio Veneto. He was not. He was held in reserve. And he was basically there to exploit after other armies opened up a breach. That was the plan. So he didn't do anything at Vittorio Veneto except storm forward after it was over. But he was a national hero.
Yeah, but
Oh, go ahead.
No, just sometimes you keep the reserve formation is the one you trust the most, though. Or at least the one that's supposed to be the exploitation group, right?
Yeah, although, the Third Army was high quality. They got a lot of the best men because of who their commander was, but he didn't do much with them.
I think what you're pointing out here is he's just mediocre, really. He's not terrible, but he's not like you said, like the invincible Duke, or what'd you call him again?
The undefeated Duke. They're acting like he's fucking Davu or some shit, and he's not. It's just not on that level. He's not Wellington. He's not Napoleon. He's just a guy who's basically a D.
Yeah, I could say D. I'd almost say C. He doesn't seem incompetent to me, though. But, you can make a case for D. I think you're laying out a good case for him being overrated.
Yeah, And
He's
the
not
other,
F tier though.
he's definitely not F tier. I mean, he doesn't fuck up anything too bad. But the other thing to keep in mind is, I mean, he always had the choice of new recruits, material, equipment, officers. So what was under him was better than any of the armies. So keep that in mind when he consistently underperforms, time after time after time. Also, his reputation's been bolstered by the fact that he had no detractors, really. So, when Cadorna was in command, he was pumped up. When Diaz is in command, he's pumped up. When Mussolini takes over, he's pumped up. And he gets to become a field marshal, even.
Yeah, what does he do under Mussolini?
He doesn't do much. I think he kind of retires. He gets to become field marshal in 1926, though. He gets a bunch of monuments around Italy, a lot of them built by the fascists. And there's a cruiser bearing his name that was given to the Soviets after the war. After World War II, that is. But, yeah, I think he's a D. He's just kind of below average. He doesn't do anything remotely impressive. He doesn't fuck anything up, but he also, I'd say, always falls just a little bit short.
Okay. His cruiser in the World War II was engaged in a variety of fights, but apparently took no damage, or at least no major damage. But was very active in the war, though. Unlike the ones named after Cadorna and Diaz. Well, Diaz's ship sank, and Cadorna's was retired because the Italians were like, this is a bad cruiser.
Yeah. I don't know if his ship was any good or not, but maybe it just like consistently underperformed, but it always stayed afloat, just like the man it was named after.
It was better than, okay. So it was part of the Condottieri class of cruisers, which has a bunch of subclasses where the cruisers are very similar, but there's just a few tweaks to each one of them. These were definitely better than the Cadorna and Diaz. Solid enough light cruiser, not great. I think it had slightly better armor because that was the main issue with the Cadorna and Diaz was their very poor armor.
Yeah.
But yeah, served the Soviets until about 1960, roughly, and was renamed Stalingrad.
Damn, that's quite a change from Duke of Aosta.
Yeah, well, they probably enjoyed that.
Yeah. All right. Next up, we have the first commander of the Italian Fourth Army, Luigi Nava. He took command in May 1915 when the war started, and he got sacked in September. He was born in 1851. He was one of the most senior officers in the Italian army. He served in Africa with a little bit of distinction from the late 1880s till about 1897. He then became the aide-de-camp to King Umberto I. He later went to War College, and then he held brigade, division, and corps commands. Giolitti thought very highly of him, and would have been a strong patron had he still been in office. But one thing he did before leaving office is make sure that Nava was promoted to lieutenant general and then placed on the list of potential army commanders in the event of a major war. So he was a friend of Giolitti, and that's why he was in contention for army command. His Fourth Army, I was actually wrong, at the beginning of the war Italy had 4 armies, made pretty lackluster progress early on, and a lot of that was due to Nava being very cautious, especially compared to everybody else in the army. And remember, Cadorna's big thing is the spirit of the offensive. Just rushing in and getting at the enemy and forcing them out. Nava apparently is not on board with that. So they're butting heads constantly. When he first comes up short and fails to take an objective, he's able to blame one of his corps commanders named Marini, get him fired. And then in another instance, he has an aggressive corps commander who seizes the position and he takes credit for that. So he's able to stay afloat by doing those things, and Cadorna is willing to tolerate it. But then by September, basically Cadorna figures out that Nava is the one who's cautious, and so he sacks him and starts to look for more aggressive commanders. And specifically when he fired him, Cadorna wrote up paperwork saying that Nava was not aggressive enough and that he squandered a lot of opportunities in the war's first 15 days because he had a great initial superiority of force and he didn't use it. And also another man who echoed that accusation was Luigi Capello, who said that Nava wasn't very skilled and was too cautious. He was relieved in September 1915. He then became the supervisor of health until February 1917, and then did the same job just in the auxiliaries. When Diaz took over, Nava was pretty optimistic that he could get another chance, but Diaz had all kinds of people asking for commands, and he also had some new ideas about who to put in command, so there was no room for Nava. And of course, as we mentioned, his earlier command was kind of lackluster at best. In 1919, he retired to the reserves, and then he spent the rest of his life, or at least a lot of it, writing a very touchy memoir where he defended his tenure in command with Fourth Army. And basically his accusation was that had he assaulted the Austrian fortifications as Cadorna wanted, it would have been criminally unrealistic. Meaning basically he was accusing Cadorna and Capello of being butchers. And he said the reason why he didn't attack more strongly is because he did not have enough artillery. For the most part, his writings were ignored, though. And he died in 1928, but he did still make full army general in 1924. And we'll get into the reasons why. Actually, we already talked about it, but my suspicion is that the reason why he makes full general in 1924 specifically is because that's the same year that Mussolini and Capello had their big falling out over the Masons. And this is a way to give a middle finger to Capello, because Capello and Nava hated each other.
Yeah, that makes sense. Do you think his defense of his actions was compelling?
Not really. No one else had any artillery either.
Okay.
I mean, to me, I don't know what you think. I think Nava's kind of an E.
Uh, it's hard for me to rate him because he wasn't in command very long, and the Italians really weren't prepared for war properly. So he in some ways his defense to me, I not being an expert on this subject, but his defense to me sounds like a decent one or one worth taking seriously. That he did not have enough artillery, that it would have been a suicidal attack, and of course with Italy's opening moves in the war being so poor, Cadorna has every reason to scapegoat the man.
Yeah, I mean Cadorna scapegoats a lot of people. In this case, I mean, I think Cadorna's overall tactical doctrine was completely fucked, but I actually don't know that he was wrong to fire Nava. Because
Okay,
Nava was needed to seize some ground to get the army where they wanted to go. There were some positions in the way, and he was dawdling.
okay, I'll leave it. I'll leave that one up to you. That sounds like something though where I'd want to before I would rate somebody like him. I'd want to read more on it in detail. You know,
Yeah. I mean,
it is kind of funny though that he gets makes full general from Mussolini just as a middle finger to Capello.
that's my speculation to be fair, just based on the timing. But I mean,
It
certainly,
looks about right.
yeah. And that seems like a Mussolini move to me. But I'm gonna put him in an E. And if any of you happen to have any insider scoop on Luigi Nava, let us know. Because I had trouble finding stuff about some of these generals. I had to go to the
Mhm.
Italian Wikipedia page, and then the other thing I read was Mark Thompson's White War, but that didn't go into a lot of these guys in depth. So, anyway, uh, let me know if you happen to know some random shit about some of these guys. All right, next up we have Mario Nicholas de Robelant. He's a nobleman from the city of Turin. He was born in 1855, and he was the 4th Army commander from September 1915 until February 1918. He was a fellow noble, just like Cadorna, but unlike most of his contemporaries, he took no part in Africa. So just like Cadorna, he stayed out of that completely. He attained corps command in the regular army shortly before the outbreak of World War I. In general, as I mentioned, Nava was pretty sluggish with Fourth Army, but de Robelant was able to seize Mount Nero in May using Fourth Corps, and that was one of the things that Nava could point to when he was defending his conduct with Cadorna. Is like, see, I seized Mount Nero, but that was mostly because de Robelant was there. And that was one of the early successes for Italian arms. It was really their first victory of the war. So this one did get played up in the press at the time. and it got Cadorna's attention because he thought, hey, this the Robulant guy, he knows what he's doing. He knows what I like. So when he had enough of Nava, Cadorna decided to put de Robulant in command of Fourth Army. Initially, they were stationed on the flank in the mountains, and so mostly they're engaged in the White War. And most of the actions that de Robulant would oversee as commander-in-chief of Fourth Army would be at the corps level, so he's not very tactically involved with a lot of them. So a general named Rogny had Ninth Corps, and he would launch an assault on Mount Piana in 1915, December. And that was probably the biggest named action during de Robulant's tenure. In February of 1917, he was appointed to the Senate for his services. And of course, during this whole time, there were low-level operations, not even as many as First Army, because this is the really, really rough sector of the frontier. When Caporetto struck, de Robulant was ordered to fall back in order to cover the retreat. And this is one of the instances where Cadorna gave an order, and Cadorna was completely correct, and his subordinate hesitated because he doubted it, and actually paid a price. So de Robulant was a little bit slow to withdraw, and this meant that his men got caught, and about 11,000 men were captured. But he did manage to get most of his army out of the trap, and keep them effective. Diaz was now chief of staff, and de Robulant's Fourth Army was in the direct path of the offensive of the Austrians and Germans, and they were coming against the Piave River. So at the first battle, or the Battle of First Piave, also known as Monte Grappa, de Robulant is the field commander. And here he will stop the Austro-German attack in November 1917, which then leads to an end of operations for the year and gives Diaz the chance to have a breather and reorganize. So this is a very significant battle. A lot of it he was able to win because the Germans and Austrians were at the end of their tether. It's also possible, however, that Diaz remembered that de Robulant had been very slow to withdraw and had lost men unnecessarily before the battle, because Diaz does also really doesn't put much trust into de Robulant. So in February of 1918, he was transferred to the new Fifth Army, which ended up basically sitting out Vittorio Veneto. And he ended the war, de Robulant did, by representing the Italian military at Versailles. He made full general in 1925 and then died in Rome in 1943. So what do you think about General de Robulant?
I don't have any notes on this one. He seems to have been pretty decent, though.
Yeah, I would say he's a pretty solid B. I mean, his victory at First Piave is very important. I don't know exactly how impressive it is, but it is still very significant. And also, I find this portrait he had commissioned very interesting because, as we mentioned, most of these officers are extremely stern. And somebody in the comments joked that they all look like Nietzsche's very angry older brother. But de Robulant, in his picture of himself, he looks very like suave and urbane. He's reading a newspaper. He kind of has like a kindly grandfather vibe. And
yeah, he does kind of have that.
And also, his real pictures aren't that different from this. I mean, this was a little bit idealized, but those aren't too far off from this. So I mean, he definitely had a much more genteel manner than most of these other guys. So actually, if I could learn more about any of them, I'd probably choose him, just because he definitely seems to be the outlier here. So, de Robulant is a B. Next up, we have Gaetano Giardino. I think earlier I might have called him Giardini, but his name is Giardino. Anyway, Giardini was born in 1864, which means that he is, to the best of my knowledge, the youngest army commander Italy had in World War I. And he's young enough that actually we'll see that he comes into contact, even conflict, with two men who would later become World War II generals for Italy. He served in Eritrea and Sudan during the 1880s. During the Italo-Turkish War, he was the vice chief of staff of the entire expeditionary force, so he got sort of a bird's eye view of that. In the early going of World War I, he was chief of staff to 2 different corps before he got a division command of his own, and then later he commanded 2 different corps. When Prime Minister Boselli needed a new Minister of War, Cadorna actually proposed Giardino. So in February 1917, he actually became the Minister of War for Boselli. He took up the post in June, and early on, he ordered that an anti-war riot in Turin be dealt with through gunfire. So Giardino, just like Cadorna, was a very staunch disciplinarian, and he often resorted to force. After the Boselli administration collapsed, he was no longer Minister of War. But as Caporetto was going on in the very early stages before Boselli resigned, Giardino delivered a speech in Rome where he basically told the Germans to bring it. He said, "We know the Germans are here. Now they're going to find out about Italian valor," or some shit like that. Of course, that didn't really happen because by the time that the Italians launched their counterattack, the Germans were long gone. He did butt heads now because he became the deputy chief of staff to Diaz, which made him junior to the chief of staff Pietro Badoglio, a future World War II general and a man who's even younger, born in 1871. So basically, Giardino said, "Fuck working for someone younger than me." And he demanded to get a different assignment. So he was sent to the Allied Supreme Command to represent Italy in February, where he replaced Cadorna, who had actually been sent there when he was relieved. So that's a pretty big step up if you're replacing Cadorna and you were just recently in his position. So Cadorna got replaced by 2 guys in a row who were massively junior to him in the hierarchy. But in April, Giardino returned to Italy, and Diaz assigned him to 4th Army. So keep in mind, Giardino has never commanded an army, and it's been about a year since he was in command of a corps. Yet, Diaz will now give him the most important role in Vittorio Veneto. And we're not sure exactly why. Because, as we mentioned, Giardino did make a bit of a scene when it came to being the deputy chief of staff. So it's unclear why Diaz tapped him for this role. But he apparently did choose well. So Giardino gets 4th Army, and so he will be the main commander during the 2nd Piava, where he does very well, as we mentioned, with the defensive barrage. And he also was one of the most attentive and innovative of the army commanders, kind of like Capello, but one of his specialties was sanitation. So he was really interested in making sure that men didn't get sick. And he actually referred to his men as his toy soldiers. And he had a sort of paternalistic attitude about them. He also was interested in morale, so he actually helped to create a catchy song for 4th Army, which a bunch of school kids performed in front of the king and then some visiting dignitaries. And apparently the song remained popular for a while even after the war. Tactically, he added assault units, and he also, as I mentioned, was really big into defensive bombardments. And he might have been the person most responsible for the defensive bombardment at 2nd Piava. He also, during 2nd Piava, worked with his assault troops, and one of the men in the assault troops that he cultivated and kind of became a patron of was Major Giovanni Messi, who I'm sure you're familiar with from World War II, who became another important general during that conflict. And the assault troops during the counterattack at 2nd Piava managed to retake everything the Austrians had overrun. So Giardino is kind of like Capello without Caporetto. At Vittorio Veneto, as I mentioned, 4th Army was entrusted with the primary blow. So the other armies did have some important stuff to do, but Giardino was the guy who was attacking the key position, and he had the largest force. And unlike the other 2 armies that were delivering major thrust, his army was 100% Italian. So the 10th and 12th armies are not only commanded by foreign officers, but they have a fairly significant number of French and British troops in them. And Giardino's troops would do the bulk of the hard fighting before the Austrians collapsed. In fact, he lost 25,000 men while attacking at Vittorio Veneto. And once his men had broken through the line, that was what really made the Austrians decide to give up and flee. So really, Vittorio Veneto was mostly fought by the Fourth Army. He resigned from the army soon after the war was over, and then he went into politics. His politics were militaristic and authoritarian. So he was somebody who was pretty comfortable with fascism. Although I don't know if that's exactly what he had in mind. I think maybe fascism was a slightly different brand, but it's kind of along the right part of the spectrum for him. Maybe he was thinking more strictly a military government, but, he compromised with fascism. It was fine, I guess, for him. After the suppression of the nuncio, he also governed the city of Fiume. In 1925, he successfully fought against Mussolini when Mussolini tried to create fascist political officers. So basically, he was sort of like Cadorna in the sense that he did not want civilian interference. So he basically prevented the creation of the Italian equivalent of commissars or Gestapo, at least with the army. So the Italian army would remain largely immune from control by the fascist party. And a lot of that is because he took a very hard stance in 1925. But after that feud with Mussolini, which he won, the two reconciled and got along just fine. And actually Mussolini made him a field marshal the next year. After this, he retired to Turin, where he continued to study military history and also wrote his memoirs, which he dedicated to his toy soldiers. He then died in 1935. So, what do you think of Gaetano Giardino?
The whole toy soldiers thing's funny, man.
It's kind of like, what's his name's Walking Boys, Fredendall.
Yeah, he seems to, much like Pelli, he seems to have had a very erratic career. That's all over the place. One of the more interesting ones. You mentioned, of course, that he was into tactical innovation. That seems to have been you mentioned about Diaz wanting to rely on generals who were more new. I mean, that's probably why. People that you could rely on more, men you bring in yourself, and ones that also believe in tactical innovation as opposed to Cadorna's rigidness. But I don't know. What do you think of? What would you rate him?
For me, I think Gaetano's an A. I mean, he's pretty damn solid.
Okay, I'll go with that.
Yeah.
No, I was thinking high up there too.
Yeah, and to also just if you look at his picture, to me, he looks like he could have been a Civil War general. I could imagine him commanding a Union Corps or maybe like a cavalry unit or something like that.
Actually, the one who looks the most Civil War to me is, or two of them. One is the guy in the civilian uniform. The one who's a C.
Brusati.
I mean, he's got Brusati's got a Sickles vibe going on. And then the one we have rated in E.
You mean the second guy, Nava?
Yeah, Nava.
Yeah, Nava. I can see that.
But I can also see it with the one you mentioned. The only thing is he's got very close cropped hair, and that just wasn't a thing you see in Civil War photos.
Yeah, another thing I noticed about a lot of these Italian generals is a lot of them have crop tops. Or flat tops, I guess you could call them. Including Diaz. But anyway, so yeah, I think he was probably the best army commander. I think Diaz is the most talented overall, but yeah, I mean, we should not underestimate what Giardino was able to do.
Gotcha.
But yeah, and again, it is interesting though. Yeah, Diaz goes with a whole new crew, and a lot of it apparently it was seen even at the time as a generational shift. Although we're talking about it going from men born in the early and middle 1850s to men born in the late 1850s, early 1860s. So it's not. I mean, when we think generational shift, it's pretty minor.
And you also keep in mind these are men born before Italy exists as a country.
Yes. That's true. So these are still second generation Italians in the sense that Italy is very, very new. And now we go significantly downhill. We go to Ettore Mambretti. He was born in 1859, even though in his photo he looks older than almost any of these guys, but apparently he's not. He had the misfortune of being present for a number of famous Italian defeats, and he developed a reputation for being a bringer of bad luck. He was a member of the Bersaglieri, and he fought first at the Battle of Adwa in 1896. It's also sometimes called Adwa, A-D-W-A. I've also seen it Adwa, A-D-U-A, and Adowa, A-D-O-W-A. So all of those refer to the same battle. I'm not sure which one is the correct spelling, but I have seen all three. And this was a battle where the Italian army was humiliated by the Ethiopians. Mambretti did win a distinction for valor there, though, so he personally fought bravely, but the Italians as a whole were humiliated. In 1912, he arrived in Africa in time to take over a command at a place called Sidi Gararba, and he presided over another defeat. So he was one of several senior commanders who had his reputation stained by the Italo-Turkish War. But it would appear that he wasn't judged to be too incompetent, or at least particularly culpable, because he did end up commanding an army on the southern front, although he did have to build his way up to it. So when 5th Army was formed to deal with the Trentino offensive, this is when he first got a corps command. He got 20th Corps, and then he transferred the command in Alpine Corps, which I guess makes sense given that he had a background in the Bersaglieri. Later on, he was designated as commander of the new 6th Army, and he had 6 corps under his command. And with this army, he was then sent to the White War sector, and Cadorna was looking for him to make a breakthrough there in order to relieve pressure on the Isonzo front. And Mambretti would be able to amass 300,000 men to attack Mount Ortagara, which is just a fairly random mountain in North Italy. The Austrians had about 100,000 total defenders, so pretty solid advantage in numbers, and this was right around the time when the Italians could actually mass artillery at a respectable rate. But the plan was fucked, because Cadorna could be seen coming from a mile away, the Austrians were well prepared, and the position was perfect for the Austrians because the Italians were very exposed as they advanced, so the Austrians were able to do something kind of like that defensive bombardment at Second Piave. So the Italians got completely decimated. Also, they were very tightly packed. So this was a complete disaster. One division lost about half its strength. And predictably, even though Cadorna had planned this operation, it was his idea, he decided that the blame was Mambretti's. And he didn't call Mambretti an idiot, though. He basically just said, look, Mambretti brings bad luck. We know this is true. So I gotta sack him here. Because he oversaw another disaster, and let's face it, maybe he actually does bring bad luck, but even if he doesn't, the men believe that he does. So this guy cannot command an army. It's bad for morale. He's got to go. And so Mambretti was dismissed, and he also was not brought back by Diaz to command anything. In 1923, he did make Army General, though, so he made full general. And he also made the Senate in 1928, or 29, excuse me, but only after years of applying for the Senate. So almost all these other guys were basically given Senate membership automatically. But Mambretti, because he has a reputation for bad luck, has to keep trying over and over and has to really advocate for himself. And eventually, I guess Mussolini's like, yeah, okay, whatever, you can be in the Senate now. In 1931, he officially retired, and then he lived in Rome until 1948, when he died at the age of 89. So what do you think of Mambretti, the Unlucky?
Well, Napoleon did say he wanted a general to be lucky above all things. It's pretty bad. And, Cadorna actually does have a point there. If the men do start to think that you're unlucky, it's going to be a problem for morale.
For sure. I mean, I think that's a fair point. Although I think Cadorna also believed it, even though the whole thing was his idea. And also, he chose
Yeah,
Mambretti to command it. So, I mean, the whole thing is Cadorna's fault, but he refuses to take any responsibility.
of course.
For me, I think Mambretti's about an E.
Yeah, I agree with that. Who's our next mustache man?
Our next mustachioed gentleman is Enrico Caviglia. And much like Giardino, he is a new commander who was brought on for Vittorio Veneto. He's also a little bit younger. He's born in 1862. He attended military school at Milan, then went to the Army Academy at Turin. He was also in the artillery. It seems that Diaz might have had a bit of a preference for artillery guys. I'm starting to see a pattern here. Oh, wait, no, sorry. This is not Caviglia yet. We're on a different person. We're on Giulio Cesaro Tassoni.
Mm.
So, my apologies, everyone. This is Tassoni. This is Caviglia. So, Tassoni was born in a noble family, and he was not from the Piedmontese area. He was born in 1859, so he's also kind of on the younger side. He was a dedicated student and teacher of military history. He also commanded a regiment of Bersaglieri, and he also had 2 prestigious brigades in the early 1900s. And he was the rare guy who went to the Italo-Turkish War and did well and built up his reputation. So he had a division command, and he also supervised the annexation of eastern Libya, known as Cyrenaica, in 1913. He was back in Italy by 1915, and he was given a Bersaglieri division before he then got 4th Corps. When Diaz came to power, he named him 7th Army Commander, and he was stationed on the northern flank. Part of his force was actually on the Swiss border. That's how far north he was. So Tassoni did not really get much of an opportunity to prove himself as an army commander. He retired in 1919 and was then ennobled as a count in 1926. He died in 1942. And he is the man we alluded to earlier who had a ship named after him that became a very significant warship in Cold War history, actually. But first, before we get to that story, that tangent, what do you think about Tassoni's career?
No opinion, really.
I don't either. So
Was
he
the
was
ship?
basically he was just held in reserve at Vittorio Veneto, and the battle was over before his army came to grips with anybody, and that was his army command experience. So I guess you just want to say he's a U.
Yeah, that seems right to me. You said there's a ship named after him?
Yes, so he got a battleship named after him. As far as I know, I mean, I could be a little bit wrong about what this was named, but I'm pretty sure it was named after him. Actually, wait, never mind. The battleship was named the Julio Cesaro. That's Julius
Which
Caesar.
is Julius
Yeah,
Caesar.
okay. Oh, never mind. Never mind. I don't know how the fuck I missed that. Sorry. But anyway, we'll go through the tangent anyway, though. I mean, me of all people to miss that, but okay. Anyway, we'll go through the tangent anyway because it is interesting. So this battleship, the Julio Cesaro, was in World War II. It holds the distinction of being the recipient of the longest range naval gunfire against a moving target. The HMS Warspite was able to hit it at over 24,000 meters while it was moving. This did not severely damage the ship, however, but it does hold that distinction. It continued to serve throughout the war, so it was one of the more effective Italian ships. It never went down, fought a number of times. In 1947, it was gifted to the Soviets, and they put it in their Black Sea Fleet. It mysteriously experienced an explosion in 1955, and then went down with over 600 men on board. And the official explanation is that it was an old German mine that was planted in the Black Sea, and the explosion was about right in terms of the capacity of the explosion. Some people think that something else was going on, though, because German mines had a shelf life of 9 years, and this explosion would have occurred more than 9 years after it was planted. However, we're talking maybe only 12 years or 13 years that's really not that much past the expiration date. So I don't think it's that suspicious personally. But there are people who believe that. One theory is that there were Italian frogmen who were angry that an Italian ship was flying the Soviet flag, so they basically did a private operation in order to sink the ship. Either they were under the orders of the government or not, and then the Soviets knew this but decided not to press it because they didn't want an international incident. But I think that's a pretty dumb conspiracy theory overall. Anyway, 608 sailors were lost, which means technically speaking, this is the worst disaster in Soviet naval history. Even worse than the loss of that sub. Although, in this case, a lot of it's incompetence, because we're talking about 600 men who were lost. The ship only started to sink, keyword started to sink, 2 hours and 45 minutes after the explosion. And then it wasn't completely submerged until 18 hours after the explosion. Yet, it basically went down with almost all hands. So this is just a case of incompetence more than anything else.
Yeah, Soviet Navy, to the Stalin, just as a quick aside on that, Stalin had grandiose plans for the Soviet Navy on the eve of World War II. They're even building a massive battleship, which I believe is actually just called the Soviet Union. Anyway, so World War II happens. Those plans are scrapped. And then afterwards, of course, the Russians are emphasizing the army is what the money's going into, and then, of course, into nuclear weapons. The Navy is given short shrift. It's not really until the Cuban Missile Crisis that when that occurs, Khrushchev, but especially Brezhnev, are going to lavish the Navy with funds. So, by the time you get to the early to mid 1980s, the Soviet Navy is, I wouldn't say elite force. They have a lot of problems, but they're now a top tier naval power.
Right.
And one of the things that actually did get some improvements in the Soviet Navy was this disaster that we still don't really know what happened precisely. Your frogmen theory, I know you said it's stupid. I kind of like it, though. I mean, I'm not saying it happened. It seems unlikely.
I kind of like it. It sounds like a good novel, right?
It does. Also, Italian frogmen were elite. I would dare say the Italian frogmen of World War II are the best elite special forces team of any country, of any group in the war. The stuff they pulled off is absolutely amazing. Most famously, sinking 2 British battleships in Alexandria in the harbor. And of course, it's the harbor, so the water's shallow. They get to raise them, but still, you knocked out 2 battleships for months. I believe it was Valiant and Queen Elizabeth, I want to say. But anyway, so, it's I can see those crazy fuckers doing something like that.
Yeah, okay.
And pulling it off.
Okay, how much independence of action did they have?
That I wouldn't know.
Well, wait, I guess this is 1955, so they would have had their walking papers for a while by then.
Yeah, but I do know these are elite. Also, a lot of the frogmen form the core of a battalion in Mussolini's Scio Republic forces. And the Germans and the Allies considered them equal of an elite unit in the German army. So beyond just the fact these frogmen were good at blowing up ships, they also formed the core of an elite infantry battalion on the Italian front.
I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Yeah, elite. There's actually I don't know if it's still up there. They actually had a YouTube video where they interviewed a bunch of them.
Huh.
Or there's a clip from a documentary or something. They interviewed some of them.
All right. Well, it's interesting. And
it's. I mean, hell, the Italians eventually had an SS unit, although it didn't see too much action. It was mostly used to kill partisans. But so that's because there actually was an Italian SS detachment that did really well at Anzio. So, the Italian Mussolini's army in the last year of World War II is interesting because it is literally a mix of conscripts who really don't want to be there and hardcore fascists who are, fighting the tooth and nail.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, just
Well,
it's just a weird army, you know.
no, for sure. I mean, Kesselring's force was a bit thrown together. All
Yeah.
right. So next up, we have another guy who was kind of the late war superstar, Enrico Caviglia. He was born in
Hmm.
1862. As I mentioned, he did military school at Milan, then he went to the academy at Turin. Young artillery guy, he was at Eritrea. He went to war college, and he also was present at the Battle of Adwa. Around that same time, when he came back to Italy, he developed a reputation as being something of an intellectual in the army. He became Italy's attaché to a lot of different conflicts and countries. He got to see the Russo-Japanese War up close in 1904. He then spent some time in Tokyo, and from there he went to China and was with the Chinese army. In 1908, he was an assistant to the king, so he got to meet Victor Emmanuel, which is always a very good career move. And then he got to go to Cyrenaica in 1912 in order to supervise the withdrawal of some Turkish troops and help to put down a revolt by some Arabs and Berbers. In 1913, he made colonel, and he became the vice director of military geography at a school in Florence. And geography would be his major academic passion. He was a very skilled mapmaker. When the war broke out, he was promoted to major general. He got a brigade. He won distinction leading his brigade on the Carso, which is the southeastern part of the front in 3rd Army's sector. I think he got wounded a couple of times, but he always recovered. By August 1917, Caviglia was in command of the 24th Corps, and his men managed to seize the Bain Caesar Plateau, during the 11th Ascenso, which was probably the most single notable gain from that particular battle. So basically, he kind of did what Capello did earlier at the 6th Ascenso, and he managed to really make himself a star in this victory. He did not take any damage from Caporetto because he was in 3rd Army, and as I mentioned, Duke of Aosta's army was not hit very hard, and they got away. So he was untainted by Caporetto, and if anything, he actually built on his reputation because his retreat was considered to be one of the best of any of the Corps commanders. He then was transferred to the 10th Corps, which needed a stronger leader. He then got promoted to lieutenant general, and he was given the 8th Army. Now, during the Vittorio Veneto operation, 8th Army was one of the units that had the biggest role after, of course, the 4th Army under Giardino. Then you also have 10th and 12th. But 8th Army, this was a very awkward command setup. And Caviglia was pretty well equipped for it because, unlike a lot of the other officers, he was multilingual. So he could speak English pretty well, from what I understand. And because of that, his job was to loosely supervise the Earl of Cavan's 10th Army, which is largely half British. And so he had some Italian troops. He's also vaguely supervising Earl of Cavan. And the idea here is that they will cross the Piave, secure a crossing, and that's when 3rd Army will storm across and some other units will come over, and then they will get at the Austrians directly. This mission does succeed, partly due to the British troops, but also Caviglia does his job. And of course, then they all take part in the pursuit, which becomes pretty disorganized, but doesn't matter. After the war, he actually gets knighted by the British king. And then he is the man entrusted with putting down the uprising in Fiume by the poet D'Annunzio in 1920. So D'Annunzio, who of course called himself the Prophet of Carnage, had basically tried to set up a, I guess, proto-fascist utopia type deal. We alluded to that earlier, and it was Caviglia's job to deal with them. He did. It didn't last very long. In 1926, Caviglia became a marshal despite being fairly openly dismissive of Mussolini and really not thinking very highly of his regime. He wrote memoirs. He also wrote a lot about geography. And as an old man during World War II, he kept a diary. where basically he complained about the fascists being morons, and also bemoaned the fact that Italy was struggling so badly in the war. He also really came to hate a lot of his old colleagues in the army, especially Badoglio, and he said that the guy was just a pure sycophant for the fascists. In 1943, after Mussolini fell and the Germans fell back from Rome, or were about to fall back from Rome, the king called him back to service. So from September 8th to 13th, 1943, this old man, Caviglia, came back to service officially as a general, and he negotiated with Kesselring to make Rome an open city. Caviglia eventually, in 1945, would leave Rome to go to his home, which he named Via Vittorio Veneto. This was located in the Italian Riviera, and he died there a month later in March 1945, shortly before the war ended. So, what do you think of Caviglia?
A pretty interesting career. Uh, was his? I'm curious. Did it seem like his opposition to fascism was? I mean, he was genuinely opposed. It wasn't like they. It wasn't like they had snubbed him or something, right?
Yeah, I don't know exactly what his objection was, but he clearly was not a fan of the fascists, and he never really got into it.
Yeah.
I think largely the idea was if they make him a field marshal, maybe he'll just stay quiet, which I guess worked. But he did have a lot of grievances with the fascists, and also clearly despised fellow officers who really worked with them closely.
Gotcha. What would you rate him?
To me, I think he's an A or a B. Pretty solid. I mean, I guess I'd go probably more B because I don't think he was seriously tested, but he did well when he was tested.
Yeah, go the B two. All right, we got three more guys.
Yep. Next up, we have Paolo Moroni. He was born in Campania in 1854. That's the area just south of Rome, but north of Naples. He was unusual in that he initially enlisted in the Italian army in 1871 before earning a commission a few years later. So this is pretty much the only non-nobleman on this list, or at least the only one I know for sure is not a nobleman. Um, and actually, putting these lists together, I feel like every World War I faction had at least one guy who came through the ranks. It seems like it, at least. So this is the Italian one. He was academically gifted despite not being a member of the upper class, and he actually ended up finishing first in his class at War College in 1884. He fought in the Abyssinian War in 1890. He received steady promotions. He commanded brigades, and he was lieutenant general by 1911. When the war broke out, he was given command of 14th Corps, and he managed to seize Mount Saint-Michel. And he actually did something unusual. He led his men from the front, which earned him a bunch of decorations, and the king actually gave him decorations in person. And even the French Republic sent him a decoration for doing that, because again, remember in France, the cult of the offensive is all the rage. So when they hear there's an Italian corps commander out leading a charge, they're like, fuck yes, we love this man. From June 1916 to June 1917, he became Minister of War. After Caporetto, he finally got an army command, where he took command of the 9th Army, which included an infantry corps, a cavalry corps, and the 6th Czechoslovak Division. But it was held in reserve at Vittorio Veneto, so he was never seriously tested. That being said, because of his charge, he was still a war hero. So what do you think of Paolo Moroni?
No opinion in particular.
Yeah, I don't either, really.
Seems to have been seems to have been pretty good all around.
Yeah, I was thinking probably a C.
Yeah, sure, sounds good to me.
I mean, he's a little bit hard to rank, but I would like to have seen him get more tested, but, didn't happen. And now we get to a British general.
Our next guy.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. You got the British and the French at the end. That's right.
Yep. So these two guys did command units, and they were definitely tested as army commanders. Interestingly enough, both of them never commanded a British or French army, only an Italian one. So I decided to put them on this list. Just like Kress von Kressenstein and Lyman von Sanders are on the Ottoman list because they never commanded German armies, only Ottoman ones. Okay, so Frederick Rudolph Lambert, the 10th Earl of Cavan. He was an English-Irish nobleman, born in 1865. He was a veteran of the Boer Wars, and he was singled out for valor in 1901. That's especially interesting because normally when you are a titled nobleman, you don't put yourself in much danger. Now, sometimes the heirs to nobility do, but rarely the holder. And he had become the Earl the year before, when his father had died. So that was pretty noteworthy, and he got mentioned in the dispatches and all that. He made colonel in 1911, and he actually retired in 1913. But then, of course, he was called back in 1914, and he got command of the 4th Guards Brigade. He led them at the First Battle of Ypres and later at Vesterbur. Later, he took over the 50th Northumbrian Division, and at the same time, he was selected to be the representative peer from Ireland, making him the last member of the nobility to become the representative peer from Ireland. Of course, Ireland became independent not long after that. In January 1916, he assumed command of the 14th Corps, and then he commanded his unit at the Somme and at Passchendaele. In September 1917, the 14th Corps was then deployed to Italy to shore up the Italians. So actually, Italy did get the reinforcements before Caporetto hit, or at least those reinforcements were starting to arrive, which is interesting. I can only imagine what would have happened if there hadn't been a Caporetto, and then the British and French had come in anyway. Anyway, in March 1918, he was confirmed as the British commander-in-chief in Italy, which basically meant that he had a corps, and maybe another division too. I think 48th Division was not part of his corps. Maybe the British put 2 corps in, I'm not exactly sure, but it wasn't a big army. It was basically his corps plus a couple units. And while Diaz was reorganizing, he decided that it might be a good idea to reward Cavan, but in the meantime, Cavan came very close to becoming the BEF commander. So, as we all know, Douglas Haig was not exactly an awe-inspiring commander, and there were politicians interested in replacing him. And one of the guys they interviewed was the Earl of Cavan. But when he was brought forward to them, the test was they asked him what they needed to do to beat the Austrians in Italy. And basically, the Earl of Cavan was not an ideas guy. He's just more of a pure field commander. So he didn't really have any strategy. So then they basically said, okay, well, obviously he can't replace Haig. And they ended up keeping Haig. So Cavan goes back to Italy, and now Diaz offers him command of the newly formed Italian 10th Army, which will be the British 14th Corps and then an Italian Corps. And as I mentioned, he's kind of, sort of, under the supervision of another general, but also basically on his own. It's a very weird arrangement. And his task is to force a crossing of the Piave and then secure the river so the Third Army can make it over. He did very well with this one stab at command, but a lot of this is because Diaz had excellent preparation, the Austrians disintegrated, and the troops under his command were of higher quality than what he faced. So, I mean, I don't want to overrate him, but at the same time, he deserves credit. He did what he needed to do. And it was probably a pretty awkward situation, kind of being under the command of another army commander, but not really. And then also having Italian troops under his command, but yeah, very weird arrangement that he was in. So anyway, yeah, I think he's fairly... Do what?
I want to add a quick aside on this, man. You mentioned, of course, the British and French sending troops over. On the reverse, the Italians actually deployed divisions to France.
Really?
In World War I. Yeah, they fought in 1918. Dude, don't ask me why, right? I mean, there was a Portuguese detachment, and which one of the soldiers of the Portuguese detachment killed a lot of Germans. He's one of those he sometimes shows up those, I forget his name though, but he sometimes shows up in those lists of most badass soldiers ever. But anyway,
the Portuguese,
but most of the Portuguese units were ripped to pieces though. And of course you had the Belgians fighting in the north, but no, for some reason the Italians sent a few divisions to France.
Well, I guess it was the repay the favor.
I guess, but it's just kind of weird. Like, why would you just like? I mean, it's kind of like you need every man you can get after Caporetto in particular, right? I mean, I'd like to look into that. Like, why is there an Italian corps? I think it's a corps. I think it's like two or three divisions, like on the Western Front. It's a little weird, you know.
I mean, maybe
But
they
anyway,
thought, well, they were trading basically one corps for two because they got a French corps and a British corps. So maybe they thought, well, not only are we trading one for two, but we're getting better quality. So if that's the deal, then we'll take it.
I also wonder if there might have been a training aspect to it
Could be.
because a lot of the American units fought under French commanders at first. And partially it was a training thing. I mean, not only were the French giving us equipment, but a lot of the American training for the First World War is based around methods learned from the French much more than the British. We're working much more closely with the French. Anyway, so yeah,
Oh,
just something I might want to look up sometime.
yeah. Also, another fun note: there actually was an American battalion at Vittorio Veneto.
Really
Yeah, I don't know what unit they were attached to, but they might have been under the Earl of Cavan. But it's just like a 3,000 man unit or something like that.
interesting. I wonder what kind of unit too. I was reading about in the Vietnam War. Of course, we deployed a lot of soldiers, right? South Korea had a fairly significant detachment that was like very, very hardcore fighters because they kind of saw what they were doing in Vietnam almost as like revenge for the Korean War, you know? And there was a small but very elite Australian detachment, and there was, get this, a Filipino propaganda unit.
Damn.
Yeah, like some little Filipino detachment that was mostly involved in propaganda uh, efforts in South Vietnam. So there's your four deployments.
Nice. So, what do you think about the Earl of Cavan as an army commander?
It seems to have done very well. He's, like you said, a difficult position too. Uh, well, I'm not a Haig fan. I can understand when they didn't replace Haig with him, since he doesn't. You need somebody who's not just strictly a. You need somebody who can think more like a theater commander. Um, a really good example of that was Allenby, who commanded the British forces in Egypt, and of
Yes.
course is a major character in Lawrence of Arabia. Yeah,
And
Allenby's
Allenby's
definitely yeah,
Allenby's
he's
one of the
definitely on the
best
short
generals of the
list.
war.
Definitely, he's on the short list. He's definitely in the top 10. So
So,
I don't know. I'd give a B.
yeah, I think B's good. I mean, I think he'd have had to do a little more to get to A, but at the same time, yeah, I think as a field commander, he seems to have been a pretty damn good leader, a tactical
And
of at least.
now we have the Frenchman. I'm curious what this guy's deal is.
So, he is interesting, and I pretty much know why he's sent to Italy even without having read it. So his name is Jean Caesar Graziani. He was born in Corsica in 1859, so he's ethnically Italian, and I imagine he can speak it pretty well. And also, by this point, the Italians have had their generational shift under Diaz, so he's also born pretty much the same year as every army commander in Italy that's active.
Hmm.
So I imagine he fits right in, pretty much, because he can speak the language, got the right name, born the same year as all these guys, so it makes sense just on paper to send him. He was a graduate of the Saint-Cyr Military Academy. He fought in Algeria and Tunisia. He mostly had staff roles, senior staff roles from 1912 to 17, with the Defense Ministry and then with the French Army. He finally got 28th Division, but then in December 1917 he made Corps Command and took up the 17th Corps, but then in March of 1918 he was sent to Italy to take over the 12th Corps, which had already been sent out under another commander. And initially, the French had planned to put more than one corps in Italy, but ultimately they decided to just have one. They left it under Graziani, and he was effectively the French commander in chief of Italy, although I don't think he got that title, but that's effectively what he was. And again, this is a guy who had very little command experience up to this point. So, naturally, once he gets there, his men do participate at Second Piava, Apparently, Diaz was fairly impressed with him, or at least with the quality of the French troops, so he made a new army called the 12th Army, and this was under Graziani. It also appears he gave Graziani more independence than he gave to Cavan. So, 12th Army was involved in the initial assault at Vittorio Veneto. Graziani did his duty. He had one Italian corps, an Alpine division, and then a French division. So actually, he didn't have the full French corps. But nonetheless, he was able to do what he needed to do. I don't really know the details, but apparently he swept the men before him. After the war, he went to Romania, where the French actually had an allied army there who had shored up the Romanians against the Germans. So he was one of the last commanders of the Armée d'Orient. He also served in the War Council in France from 1921 until he retired in 1924. He then lived in Paris and died in 1932. So what do you think of Graziani?
I don't have anything really to add. What do you think of his abilities?
I mean, to me, he seems like a B. I mean, he wasn't super test. I mean, he was tested enough to see that he could do stuff, but at the same time, it is Vittorio Veneto, but it is an international force. Although he is uniquely well positioned to lead that army because of his last name and his language abilities.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't think his task was as awkward as Cavan's, but I feel like he did about equally well.
Okay.
So maybe a B or a C. I mean, pretty solid, but not up in the
Yeah,
A
B
range or
seems.
anything.
I would say a B seems fine to me.
Yeah. So actually, this turned out a little bit better than I expected in terms of the quality here.
Well, I think some of that too is for a lot of these army commanders, we're knowing that they're having to what can I say? They're fighting an Austrian general who's good at defense and one of not their best army commander. Their supreme commander is one of the worst commanders in history. I would say the worst.
Yeah.
And their army itself is a poor quality army as well. There's not as much room for brilliance here, of course, but I think also those other things that mitigate it to where you don't always hold the army commander as liable, I guess you would say. Like, I feel like when you get to the Russians, we're gonna have a lot more Fs on the army commander level.
Yeah, that and I'm trying to think who the faction with the most, because with the Russians, I wanted to do the army commanders like I did with this one, but it was too many, so I had to reduce it to just front commanders, and I still ended up with like 34 or 35 guys.
Jesus, man, that's gotta take forever.
No, they were shitting through commanders, and there were a lot of those interim commanders I had to skip over, and I'll probably even reduce the list further as I really do the research for it because I mean they were going through commanders like underwear. I mean, it was just every fucking day they were replacing people.
It's terrible. No wonder they lost. And the German ones are going to tend to be better, but of course they've got their share of losers. But I think that might have be mitigated some of the stuff with the Italians in this case. You know, that and so many of the commanders on here are ones who were later on, being brought in by Diaz, as you noted as well.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these guys, they had one chance to prove themselves, and luckily it was Caporetto where they were able to kick some ass.
Vittorio Veneto.
Oh yeah, but yeah, right. Sorry, Vittorio Veneto. Yeah.
All right. I just didn't want to leave you with that one.
Right. No, yeah, I'm
Vittorio, so big of a deal was Vittorio Veneto that the Italian battleship was named after it in World War II, one of their most powerful ships. I want to say it was the Vittorio Veneto class, actually.
That makes sense. I mean, that would be if you're going to name something after the Italian military, Vittorio Veneto is the highlight.
I'm going to check and see if it's the class name, actually. Vittorio Veneto did survive the war. I'm curious what happened to it, though, afterwards. Because of that class of ships, Roma was actually sunk by a guided missile. You know about this?
No.
Yeah, it was sunk by a Fritz X radio controlled missile that the Germans launched. So there you go. The Germans actually had advanced missiles, if you will. Anyway, it's listed as Littorio class, but also known as the Vittorio Veneto class. Powerful battleships. They had their share of flaws, but powerful modern battleships, comparable to something like, say, Bismarck. What else? North Carolina, King George V. And let's see, Vittorio Veneto was scrapped in La Spezia.
Oh.
Actually, all of them were scrapped. Oh, I'm except for Roma. So was Littorio. Although Littorio was sunk at the Taranto raid in 1940, the kind of progenitor of Pearl Harbor. Vittorio Veneto, though, did almost sink at the Battle of Cape Matapan, which is a major defeat the Italian Navy suffered. Anyway, yeah. So, yeah, they named an entire class of battleships after this thing.
Makes
so,
sense.
You got any closing thoughts on the overall qualities of the Italian army?
Well, I guess they're lucky that they bordered the Austrians, because if you just look at not only Cadorna as commander-in-chief, but the supply problems and everything else they had, the lack of artillery, the lack of helmets until almost the end of 1915, and then those helmets weren't even that good. I mean, can you imagine what would have happened if they had to take on, say, the Germans directly, or the Russians, or the French, or the British? It would have been a fucking massacre.
Probably so, although the Russian military's got a lot of problems.
It's still higher quality than the Italian, though.
Probably so. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, who knows what happens if they, say, join the Central Powers. I mean, but that could be enough to throw the war in Germany's favor. I mean, France and Britain already under quite a bit of strain on the Western Front for a period of time.
I mean, at the bare minimum, Italy trying to invade South France like Pollio wanted would prevent Gallipoli from taking place, because there's no way the British would be able to divert forces to the east.
Yeah. At the same time, the Austro-Hungarians are forced to divert forces over. And one thing that's interesting about Italy's entry into the war, too, is that they enter right around the time Serbia's collapsing. And the collapse of Serbia, of course, allows Austria-Hungary to shift forces away from that front, which they did very poorly in 1914.
Yeah, I think that partly encouraged the Italians to think, oh, wait, we can beat these guys because they're struggling mightily in Serbia, so they must not be that great. Although they were ignoring willfully that they had struggled against the Ottomans on the edge of the Ottoman Empire. So, that should have been a sign that this is not going to be a high-skill war, and it wasn't.
Yeah. I need to watch the video. The Great War Channel actually just recently did a whole video on the Italian-Turkish War. I need to look at that one. You'd think you'd want to attack while they're still fighting Serbia, if possible. But I guess there may have been logistical problems involved as well. And also, just like you said, they just weren't prepared for that kind of war. They didn't have the contingency for it. But who knows what would happen if they go to war with France. Of course, as you know, Mussolini did go to war with France in 1940, and that didn't turn out too well for him.
Yeah.
That was probably one of the first times.
Oh, wait, no, it didn't. Because remember, the French have the strength of their frontier defenses, and they still easily held the Italians off.
Yeah. Mussolini was able to get a little bit of territory in France, but if I'm also not mistaken, in the end of World War II, the French sent a division to attack across the Alps, and they actually took some territory from Italy, which actually really what the French did on that border led to a lot of tensions with the Americans, actually. Huh. So yeah. So I think there's a lot of we can see a lot of the progenitors, the forerunners, if you will, of fascism in the Italian military. They're going to play a key role in that event occurring. It also seems these generals were more pro-fascist than, say, the German generals were pro-Nazi. If you get my drift, like
Yes.
yeah, Hitler. I mean, the, the German generals, the German high command, when Hitler comes to power, yeah, plenty of them acquiesce, and of course, to appease them, Hitler liquidated the SA, well, at least the SA's leadership. The SA still existed afterwards, but much weaker. But precious few high-ranking German generals were aggressively pro-Nazi, the way a lot of these Italian generals seem to have been pretty pro-fascist. As far as the high-ranking Nazi generals, I mean, the ones in the early thing who were really for it would be like Ludwig Beck and Reichenau are the two that come to mind for me. But
Yeah.
yeah, a lot of these guys are on board
I mean, my theory
with.
of how generals go politically is that if the new incoming faction offers them opportunities to get a lot of money for their service and also to command large armies and win glory, that the generals will fall in line, no matter what the politics being offered are.
I think there is some truth in that. I could see that. Uh, Certainly, a larger budget is always something you're looking forward to, right?
Exactly.
You know. Um, but yeah, no. So I, it's interesting though to noting that the Italian military becomes so much better under Diaz, yet they're going to have so many problems in World War II. And we've discussed that one before on why they do. But in that regard, it almost kind of maybe reminds you of the French, because one can make a case that at the end of the First World War, the French army is the best army at that time. They've got excellent commanders. They have a good doctrine. Tanks, artillery, and infantry are very well integrated. The British are similar as well too. Um, but that is going to be the doctrine being carried forward. So when you get to 1940 with France, the French aren't allergic to tanks. Far from it. They've got plenty of them. They believe in tanks. They're just using them like it's World War One. Where you penny packet them to the infantry, because it worked. You know,
Yeah.
and I'd just be curious to know what the Italian army does between this great victory they win in 1918 and whatever the hell happens in 1940, which is just a revolving door of disaster. I mean, Greece, Egypt, and the border of France as well.
I mean, they do. In terms of operations, they try to basically revive the old imperialism of the Italians before World War One. There's not a lot of change actually. I mean, they're still operating in Africa, um, Libya. They're still hold, and of course, they still are trying to capture Ethiopia, which they eventually do, and then they try to
Yeah,
expand further south in Africa.
they strengthen their hold in Libya, suppressing a rebellion,
But I guess
which was
early
actually
on, the army was pretty good because remember, by the mid 1930s or so, the Italian army was considered to be the best. And then, of course, they wasted it in Africa and it didn't do so hot.
also in Spain. That was a waste too.
Yeah.
Uh, my favorite story of that one being there was an Italian film crew that made the movie Scipio Africanus. You know about this movie?
Yeah, the one where they recruited all the men to go make a movie about Scipio Africanus, and then they end up in Spain. And these are all unemployed guys in their 30s, and they give them rifles and say, "Congratulations, you have volunteered to represent Italy to fight for Franco's Spain."
Yeah. But you know the movie Scipio Africanus, right? What it's notorious for?
No.
They killed, like they do the Battle of Zama, and they just killed elephants on screen. So I've never seen the movie. People who have apparently like you're watching it and you're like, man, when they kill these elephants, it's like intense, because and you're like, oh, that's not a special effect. They just slaughtered elephants for the film.
That's fucked up.
Yeah.
I guess we are talking about what fascists did, though, so it's not too surprising, but.
Well, yeah. On the opposite end of things, you ever see? Remember? Did you see that Soviet movie Come and See?
No.
I think great war movie, one of the best ever made. It's like 3 hours. It's about Soviet partisans, and the director of the movie never made a movie again afterwards because he said he would. It was the experience was too intense, and he knew he'd never equal Come and See. Well, anyway, he used live ammo in several of the scenes. There's one in particular where there's like a German, I think it's like an MG42 that goes off. And yeah, they just used a real German MG42 and shot over the actors' heads.
Fuck.
Because he wanted them to look truly terrified on camera.
Well, I guess that's one way to achieve that, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, man. So, what were you thinking for next week?
I don't know yet. What do you think? You got any ideas?
Well, the two I can do pretty easy is examining the career of Zhukov and kind of looking at some of his operations. I read a short biography of him that essentially argued that Zhukov is a good general but an overrated one, and that's partially because of a misunderstanding of his actual role in the war by Western authors, who many of them took his memoirs at face value, which is never a good idea with a general. Or I can talk about the German army in the last year of World War II and just, dissect its death rattle. you know,
Let's do the death rattle of the German army.
Cool. All right. That'll pretty much start with the Khorasan Pocket and Anzio, which, interesting little aside, I didn't know that Anzio actually caused a big shakeup in the German army because the counterattacks they launched were far less successful than they thought. In fact, they were expecting they were going to toss us into the ocean. And apparently a bunch of the officers from Anzio were brought to Hitler to discuss the operation. And they were essentially telling him, like, hey, the Allies are getting better, and they've got a lot of equipment. This is not working anymore. Like, we're not going to be able to pull off a Kharkov, for instance. And Hitler said something to the effect of, well, we need more evidence to know if that's true. And if I agree with you all right now, we might as well surrender anyway. Yeah.
Wow. So like, I know you've seen it, but come on. I mean, do you have any actual evidence?
Well, Hitler, kind of like going back to a lot of these people were talking about they were talking about that school of thought like Cadorna had that like will can overcome weapons. Which I get it. There's some truth in it. You can be really well armed, and if you don't have the willpower, yeah, you will get your ass kicked. So you need both, obviously.
Yeah.
But Hitler kind of suffered from that idea too, in large part. With an idea that like for instance, all you do is like stand fast at a location. Now, to be fair, a lot of the German units couldn't really retreat to get out of the way anyway. They're not mobile enough. Most of the German army is horse-drawn. What mobile units they have are elite, but they're also increasingly running out of gas. Never a good situation. But yeah, there was Hitler did subscribe to an idea like that willpower could overcome such things, and of course that didn't happen. But yeah, so yeah, I'm down for that one next week. Sounds like it'd be pretty fun.
All right, so next week we watch the demise of the German army from 1944 to 5.
Yeah, watch it as it suffers a series of catastrophic defeats.
Yeah, watch it as this is battered out of existence. All right, go ahead.
With a few high points, it's interesting. They're getting battered and slaughtered, but they do inflict a lot of casualties on their enemies, especially in Berlin. God, the Soviets lose like over 300,000 men in about 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
All right. Well, so you want to transition to super chats and then figure out who our winners are?
Yeah, sure thing. I'll go ahead and I didn't because you wanted me to monitor it. I didn't actually look at the discussion on the side, so I'm still at
Okay.
the top back when the first super chat came in. So, do you want me to go through them and I'll say the name and everything and the question or whatever?
Yeah, go ahead and do that. Only one of them is showing
All right.
up on my end under the place where they're all supposed to be, so it's really fucking up hard tonight.
Yeah, I got you. Don't worry. Don't worry. I didn't move down at all, so I've got the first one here.
Okay.
CS Ventura for 49.99. Thank you very much. Very generous. Thank you.
Yes, thank
It
you, sir.
says World War One is so fascinating. World War Two is about fighting absolute evil. It feels like an exception. World War One is such a typical human war writ large. Fear, greed, and ignorance sending men with bayonets and sabers against the newfound might of the Industrial Revolution.
Yeah,
What you think of that?
I think he's right. I think a lot of times people try to make it out like the Central Powers were clearly the bad guys of World War One because they're reading back World War Two into it. Um, I mean, maybe the Central Powers were a little bit worse than their enemies, but one problem for that argument, of course, is that Italy joins the Allies or the Entente. I always merge the two. I know it's the Entente, not the Allies, but I always make that mistake anyway. But I mean, Italy literally picked a fight for no reason to try to gain land, and they did it while their neighbor was weak. So I mean, Italy did not behave morally, and they were an embarrassment to the Allies in the sense that they came in opportunistically, and they didn't even pretend beyond just the bare minimum that they had a reason to be there that was justifiable.
You know, World War One is definitely more morally gray than World War Two, and hell, even World War Two is morally gray in more ways, in more ways than people would care to admit sometimes. But it does there is more of a good versus evil dynamic than you'll find in almost any other conflict. But I am harder on the Central Powers. Austria-Hungary forces a war to happen. They didn't have to do what they did. They wanted a war. At the same time, Germany's plans, and even the way German imperialism was. I mean, the French and British, yes, they're exploitative, and they have things like wars with the Zulu and the Boer as well. So they are aggressive, exploitative. But the way they're running their empire is closer to Persia than Assyria, let's say. The German Empire was pretty fucking ruthless. Like they carried out, I forget where it was, but they carried out a pretty horrible genocide in the years leading up to the First World War. So I don't know. I actually do think the Central Powers are bad guys
I mean,
comparatively.
yeah, I'd say they're worse, but that doesn't necessarily make the other side the good guys per se. I mean, I would
I
say
know
that
what you.
it's a contest of assholes, except one
I
side's a
think
little worse than the other, but it's still a contest
I
of
think
assholes.
France. I think France is the one that is the major countries that's the most blameless.
Yeah, and what's
The
fucked up
French
though,
really they're really looking for a fight
but
necessarily, and not that moment.
the fucked up part though is not only is France the most justifiable and likable of the belligerents, but it also suffers by far the most. They had the highest casualty rate, and I think 1 in every 28 Frenchmen got killed in the war, something like that.
They do suffer the worst casualty rate. They do suffer economic damage because a lot of where the fighting in World War One happens, the Western Front, is in some of France's uh, most economically viable section as well. So they do suffer a lot of damage. However, sir, you are forgetting Russia. They get fucked up real bad.
Um, but if you talk about it just in terms of war dead, they actually don't suffer nearly as much as France or Germany.
No,
They
no,
actually,
war dead France. France is the worst. I'm saying Russia suffers. Russia suffers a true disaster in that war.
no, I mean it's more that their feudal, outdated society collapsed because of the pressures of the war. But on the war front itself, I think that only 1 in 128 Russians died in combat in World War One, whereas 1 in 32 Germans died. 1 in 28 Frenchmen died. 1 in like 57 British people died. So I mean, the Russians proportionally, a lot of it was internal rather than external. Externally, it wasn't
Yeah.
that terrible, at least comparatively.
The only thing I would say with the comment from CS Ventura is the bayonets and sabers against the Industrial Revolution. it's there is some truth in that, of course. But not entirely. So, for instance, in the French army, there was an entire argument between the firepower and the spirit school, if you will. Spirit school won out, but only right before the war. The firepower crowd actually had sway for a number of years. So there were people who could see this coming, and not every country was exactly going in with the whole dash and vigor thing. One other thing too, the fact that they thought the war was going to be short, I don't blame them for, because the Russo-Japanese and Franco-Prussian and Austro-Prussian wars had all been really quick.
Yeah.
So there was a thinking that modern war just made conflict faster because of the rate of casualties and because of things like the railroad. So the fact that they thought this war wasn't going to last all that long, I don't blame them for. And actually, 4 years is not the longest war I've ever read about. Civil War I think is longer. American Revolution's longer.
Yeah, I mean, none of those wars were as intense as World War One, though. Um, but
True. Although I think the percentage of dead for the Civil War is pretty comparable to France. I believe I had to look that up though.
I guess if you're including
And
disease, which was more of a problem in the Civil War, then maybe. But in terms of actual battlefield casualties, I don't think it comes close.
actually, fun fact: I have read that America's worst war by percentage of population lost is the American Revolution. I mean, we weren't a very populated country to begin with, and um, and a lot of people just died of disease.
Yeah.
But I had to look that up again. But yeah, a lot, and also, of course, as you know, you have the loyalists who left, which I think I did some math on. That would be like if 7 million Americans today just left.
Yeah.
You know, sizable chunk. So anyway, great comment though. Thank you.
Yeah.
Next one. Let's see. Okay. Jack Griffin for $5. As always, thanks for the content. Question for Sean. How would one go about contacting you for a tour? I'll probably be in New Orleans in a few months. Um, Send through CITES your information, and then I'll contact you from there. I'll contact you by email. Okay? So, Jack Griffin, just send him your info, your email, and then I'll email you from my work email. Okay? And look forward to seeing you. I've already actually done a tour for somebody who's left chats here before, Ken Cook. So anyway,
Oh, you did.
yeah, Panama Chong for $5. Thank you, Panama Chong. Glad to see you appreciate a true military genius of Napoleon tier. Would love a Romance of the Three Kingdoms tier list also.
Yeah, that's in the works. I'm still doing some reading on that for background, but I'm pretty familiar with the figures of the Three Kingdoms. I definitely know them a lot better than I know the World War One generals. So that's something I'll do at some
Well,
point.
I have to say though, you did a good job doing research for this one, and I'm going to be much better with the Germans and the French in particular for this one. Um, you know,
Yeah, no, there's a lot more about them. That's part of why I wanted to take out Italy early, because there's really only one major book in English about the Italian front, and that's Mark Thompson's White War. And there might be another one that came out fairly recently, but I don't know what it would be called, and I certainly haven't read it. And that's why the next one I want to do for this series is the Ottomans, and for the same reason, because I want to get it done with.
gotcha. Um, Anthony LaRocco asks for 4.99. Thank you. How would if Italy fares if it fought France in the Alps rather than the Austro-Hungarians instead? Um, what's your we kind of already mentioned that, of course, but restate your what's your point again on that one?
Well,
Your
tactically,
psyche.
they would get completely fucking destroyed. Now, strategically, though, they might be able to put enough pressure on France that they tip the war. Because not only do you massively relieve pressure on the Austrians, who can now throw all their forces at the Russians, which is a huge thing, but you also make the French and British fight more on the west. The British, there's no way they can justify sending the units they sent to Gallipoli, so that expedition basically has to be called off. which also means the Ottomans are now free to do whatever. I don't know if they can actually go on the offensive or not, but who knows? Maybe they could. Yeah, it would totally change the complexion of the war, and it would definitely mean that the Central Powers would retain the initiative. So, at the bare minimum, strategically, the Entente would be completely on the defensive if Italy joins the Central Powers.
Yeah, it definitely complicate things. It even might have been enough to swing things in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, there's a good chance Central Powers win the war in that case, although I wouldn't say it's a certainty. Because the reason is, if you look at the casualty rates, the attacker almost always loses. So by being forced on the defensive, it might have given the Entente a bit of a chance. Especially if America still enters the war later. Of course, then American losses will be much, much greater than they were historically. But I'd say that Central Powers have like a 75% chance of winning it all if Italy joins. And hell, even historically, they came very close to winning a few times, so maybe it's like 90% chance of winning with Italy.
All right. I'm having some problems on my end.
Oh, really?
Yeah. My
Okay.
my computer has not been acting well today anyway. Like you actually cut out once or twice on me too during the stream. I didn't hear everything you said a few times.
Okay, well, what I can do is I can pull up another tab and then sort of fast forward through the stream on silent to look for super chats. Because that's about the only option available under the circumstances.
Why is it not showing up for you though?
I don't know. It hasn't shown up the last few times though. I guess that feature's just gotten shittier for some reason. That doesn't happen often, but it does happen occasionally. Let's see. All right.
The future happens
Well, I got to get through the stupid ad. Sorry, guys.
when we explore new frontiers. Gemini is the future of finance.
All right. So now let's go back.
Yeah, it's just freezing up for me. Everything's just freezing up for me now.
Oh wait, my screen was always on the tier list, so shit. Well, that's not gonna work actually. So yours is freezing. Okay, that's not good.
Alright, I'm gonna get this.
Hmm. There's no way to scroll up beyond this point. Shit. I have the last two super chats.
Go ahead and do those right now while I try to get this thing set, okay?
Okay, we also have one from Seth Becker for $10. Thank you, Seth. He said, "Can't watch you guys tonight, but just wanted to show my appreciation for y'all's work. I'm making my way through Biden's first year video. How do y'all think the midterms will go? Video with Danny, please." Well, thank you, Seth, for the donation. Midterms are probably not going to be very good for the Democrats. The Republicans will pick up a bunch of seats in both the House and the Senate. Probably a lot of governor's races and state races as well. So, yeah, I mean, unless something changes, which I guess it could in the next year, but, well, I guess we got a little less than a year now until the midterm, but still, there's still a lot of time. But things are not looking promising, and a lot of it is because Biden has been very, very weak and has not really gotten anything done. And the Democrats also have not successfully managed to message that they have succeeded. Because they've tried to spin what they've done as a success, but I don't think anyone's buying it. So, it's going to be a pretty big bloodletting. And yeah, we'll definitely bring Danny back for some stuff going forward. I think Danny's pretty interested in World War One, right? Sean?
He is very much so. Yeah, he's very much so. Um, he's very much so. My thoughts on the midterms is I think they're just going to hope that Roe versus Wade saves them if it gets overturned or modified. I think that's the hope. I'll just mention again because I mentioned at the beginning of the thing. Some recent polling shows more Americans identify as Republican than Democrat now, which is not usual. Hasn't So that's pretty bad.
Yeah, that's very unusual because even over the last 40 plus years of neoliberalism, Democrats have always had a registration advantage, except for maybe like a minute in the Bush years early on. So that's very unusual, to say the least.
Yeah. What's your
Anyway,
next one?
next one comes to us from Sean Mack for $50. Thank you, Sean. And he says World War One was a very short war given the number of great powers involved. Well, yeah, I guess you could argue that. Um, but I mean, I kind of disagree just based on the way that they were fighting, though, because if you just look at the casualty rates and uh, the deprivation people suffered in terms of food shortages, the material required to keep these war efforts going, the morale that was breaking down, especially for the French and the Italians and the Russians. Uh, I don't know if it really could have gone much longer than it went. Realistically, I think it almost maxed out the extent of possibility here. Uh, People were breaking down, and yeah, I think if anything, it's pretty amazing that it lasted as long as it did, given the human cost and also just the material strain that it imposed. I don't know. What do you think, Sean? Sean?
Out. Hey, do you hear me right now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, yeah, it kicked me out a little bit. I could hear you, but um, I guess it couldn't hear me. No, I just um, the sheer violence of it, the heavy losses, but also just watching these monarchies essentially be unable to prosecute a mass popular war. I mean, they could for a short burst, but the monarchies really just could not survive the conflict. And it wasn't like these monarchies were like entirely backwards looking. I mean, they had advanced bureaucracies, you know, but um, you're also kind of that weird phase where you still have like nobles
Yeah.
giving commands simply because they're nobles. Being fair to Germany, their nobility is a militarized nobility, so it's not it's not just like some fop or idiot in charge, right? But in Russia and Austria-Hungary, they've got a lot of problems with that. But I
Yeah.
think one of the biggest ones, is, of course, is death of monarchy and just the amount of political chaos that follows the end of that follows the war and after the war.
And wasn't Conrad pretty tight with the Habsburgs, and that's why he had his job?
I believe that was one of the reasons why.
Because I know there was an anecdote I read about where he met with Franz Joseph during the war, and he was consoling Franz Joseph when he was telling him about like how much it sucks to be an old man and everybody you know is dead. They were just like sharing a drink and talking about things.
Yeah, that makes sense. He was. I mean, he's von Hotzendorf. He's definitely got some kind of status, right?
Yeah.
All right, and it's okay. I am, dude. it messed up, man.
Alright, yeah, that's why I always write them down, because I can trust pen and paper, I cannot trust YouTube, though.
God damn it.
Yeah, well...
And so YouTube does no longer shows you just doesn't show you the thing, right?
Well, it's supposed to, but it just doesn't now, so...
It just doesn't.
Well, I mean, it does it very sporadically. Like, it shows the last 2 Super Chats, and normally the problem is that if you rely on this, you'll miss the new ones, because the old ones will be featured prominently, and it's hard to scroll down. But now it just shows the ones it randomly wants to show, and that's it.
What the fuck?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what the problem is. I mean, YouTube is not super forthcoming about the changes that it makes. Wait, somebody says your latest purchases will be in your Super Chat and Super Sticker activity. See all. I don't know what that refers to.
Well, I'm reloading the video right now. See if that helps. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what the problem is with this, but it used to display everything very easily, and now it's not. Let's see if there's a... This is... Okay, I don't know if that helps at all. See top chat. No, it doesn't make a difference. Yeah, I don't know. There's not. They don't give me many options to deal with this, which is very frustrating. Well, what we can do
Yeah, and
is...
I rewound the video.
Yeah.
I rewound the video to see if that would help, and nothing.
Well, yeah, it's because
I
it
mean,
probably
it just-
shows the screen my screen, which was on the tier list.
Yeah, it's well, yeah, no, it's not that. Like I was hoping that if I reloaded it, maybe the chat would kind of go back, but it doesn't really. And I don't know. It says, yeah, they got its options like like top chat, okay, live chat, all messages are visible. I'm like, doesn't do anything. Like nothing does anything right here.
Yeah, it
What the
also is
fuck?
very
This
limited
is
to how many it will display, which is a problem I discovered only after my channel reached a certain size, because in the very early streams it was never big enough, so that I would lose the older messages. But yeah, once you get above like 20 viewers on a live stream and you go for more than an hour or two, you get enough comments that stuff starts getting pushed out of existence. So yeah.
Yeah, God fucking damn it, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Well,
I have an idea what I'll do next time to get these. Okay. I'm sorry that my computer just like flipped out because I was going through them and then suddenly I went and that was it. You know? Fuck.
yeah, I mean, part of it is I don't know if the strategy of just holding at the top of the chat will work, because it will automatically update when you start moving the cursor, and that means excluding old stuff. I mean, pretty much when it comes to these, it's a pen and paper operation, at least right now, until YouTube fixes something.
Yeah, you gotta get on that one, man. Because, well, I mean, it was working. It just then my computer froze up again. That's the thing I've been having is the web page I'm on right now, like the screen I'm on, it'll freeze suddenly, which means sometimes I click in and out. And once it froze, everything went to where I don't even see this. I don't even see one of the super chats you called out. All I see is the Sean Mack one. That's it. Nothing else.
Okay.
You know.
Yeah, I don't know. Also, is that the same computer you had when I was there?
Maybe.
Okay, I was just curious because I know when I was there, I noticed that like I didn't think that computer was long for this world because I remember using it and it was very very slow. And that
It
was like
is kind
3
of
years
slow.
ago.
I'm actually probably getting a new one because it's starting to make some pretty creaky noises too. Yeah, it's the one I had 2 years ago. Let me try one more thing, and we'll see what we can get. Okay.
It looks like somebody did share what they donated earlier. Nicholas had $5 Canadian. Thank you, sir. And his question was, what about Italian commanders from 218 to 222? Which I don't know exactly what that's a reference to. He says, Sean is not a brother. Depression ensues.
Wait, what? Wait,
It's
218 to 282? Is that like?
218 to 222, which at first I thought might be a Second Punic War reference, but it's a little too early.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
And also, it's in the wrong order, so it wouldn't be that. But 218 to 222, not really sure. But yeah, anyway, yeah. Sean is not a brother, though. I know that.
Well, I've been accused of not supporting Elagabalus, which I believe is the ultimate insult to me. I mean,
Yeah, I think so.
Elagabalus. Look, Elagabalus' blessings to you too.
I did see one earlier. Now I remember it. I'll have to go by memory, but I believe somebody named Julia Misa donated $5 or $10. I can't remember which. Uh, and they said something about like there should be no more praise for Elagabalus on this channel, and then said something positive about you, but I don't know exactly what it was. So
Come on, it's like the meme of this channel.
yeah, but also Julia Misa was the grandmother of Elagabalus who betrayed him. So that's part of the joke.
Oh yeah.
I mean, the only way to make that better would be like there will be no more talk of Elagabalus. It's all about Severus Alexander now.
Convert this to a Trajan channel. I don't know. Hey, Soviet. I mean, not Soviets. The Italians named a cruiser after Trajan as well, and Tiberius. I'm like,
Yeah.
they chose Tiberius. That's
Well,
an odd
Tiberius
choice.
was a pretty successful commander. He was never defeated,
True.
and he won all his campaigns. I don't know if he had any signal successes, but he always did well, and he always won in the end. And he was good at supervising large-scale operations, but solid choice. He was better than his stepdad
Okay.
at military affairs, that's for sure.
Who was his stepdad?
Augustus.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
Augustus was
Also
never
Germanic.
very good at military operations.
They also named one after Germanicus. What's kind of weird though is that anybody who'd be like a great Roman naval commander didn't get one though. I mean, I think only one or two of them were actually named after Roman naval commanders.
Well, I mean, it's basically Agrippa, and there aren't that many great naval commanders unless you go back to some of the guys in the First Punic War who won some of the major battles.
One of them, one of them had a cruiser named after him. That was all part of the Capitan Romani class, because the whole idea of this class is like everything's named after a famous Roman.
Well, I mean,
Uh,
you could do a Pliny the Elder class or ship because he was the admiral who responded to Mount Vesuvius.
yeah.
Yeah, and he died trying to do basically a relief effort. He was more of a natural historian than an admiral, though. I don't think he ever fought in battle, but
Okay. All right, sir. Here's what's going to happen from here on out. I have a system set up. I will be able to. What I'm just going to do, and unless you know for sure that you have a fix on this, is the next time we do this, every super chat that comes up, I'm just going to screenshot it.
oh,
Okay.
yeah, that's a good idea. I didn't think of that.
I just thought of it. I kind of thought of doing it earlier, but so anyway, I'm very sorry. Uh, Of course, whoever has one, who sent one that we haven't said anything for, I guess what they should just send it to you, and we'll just do it in the next one.
Yeah, so I'll make sure to get the Julia Misa one right, so I get the joke right, and I'll look for the other stuff. So it looks like we have a lot of it accounted for, but not all of it, because we got a total of 158.98, and in Super Chats I'm counting up to a little under 120. So we're missing about $40 worth of stuff, which I don't know how many donations that would be, but most of these are in $5 and $10 increments, so probably missing 5 or 6 at least.
Gotcha. Yeah, so I would say we'll just take care of them at the beginning of the next stream, whoever sends anything to us. And next time, what I will do is just screenshot them as they come along. Next time, I'm going to do that anyway. Even if you think you have a solution for it, I'm just going to do it as a backup.
That's a good
idea.
Not a
problem. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree. That's a good way to do it.
Yeah, because this cannot stand.
Yeah, it's been a few weeks in a row here, and I don't know who to contact at YouTube for this, because I don't really quite have the clout to get a response, so...
Alright. Well, I'll say this before, I guess we're closing up soon, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. What I'll say is that if you want to read a book or even just skim through one for next week, I'd recommend Death of the Wehrmacht by Robert Citino.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty well versed on this subject anyway, but it's an excellent book. He's easily, in terms of pure prose, he's easily one of, if not the best historian I've ever encountered.
Damn.
Easy top 5. I mean, he is an easy read with excellent analysis too. Don't agree with everything, of course, but I agree with most of it.
All right.
And he has an entire trilogy. He has an entire trilogy, which is essentially Germany in 1942, Germany in 1943, then 44, 45. And I read the 42 book and was really impressed, but the 44 to 45 book I really liked. Yeah, funny enough, I didn't read the 43 one, but I was reading this because I was just, doing studying up for a Vistula Oder offensive for Forgotten Battles, which should be pretty damn good, But anyway, so I'm pretty much done for the night.
Yeah, me too. I think I've said everything I can say about World War I Italy. And again, my recommendation would be read Mark Thompson's book, The White War, if you want to learn more about the topic. He not only talks about the battles and the commanders, but he also talks about the conditions in the field. He talks about culture in Italy during the war and the lead up and the aftermath. And he also talks even about, say, poetry, things like that. A lot of the reviews on Amazon bitch because it's not all battlefield stuff. I personally prefer some variety, though. So I found his approach to this to be very good, especially since he's basically the only person who's written about it in English. I'd rather have the fuller picture. But yeah, if you want to learn a lot about the Nunzio and Giolitti and Cadorna and everybody else we talked about tonight, definitely read Mark Thompson. He's where I got a solid 2/3 of my information tonight. So I'd say that's definitely the place to go to.
All right, excellent. That sounds good.
Yeah, for most of the more obscure generals, I had to rely on the Italian version of Wikipedia because, as somebody noted earlier, Roberto Brusati does not have an entry in English. And actually, a lot of the English pages that you do find are translations that were done by Google Translate and then copy-pasted. So a lot of them are very poorly written, or seem that way. And the reason I know that is because I was using Google Translate, and then I happened to think, wait, is this in English? I looked at it, and it was word for word the same thing I just translated on Google Translate. So...
Yeah, also I gotta say the Wikipedia entries are really sparse. Like considering Cadorna's importance, his page is tiny. I mean, fuck, man, there's Civil War brigade commanders with more information on Wikipedia than Luigi Cadorna.
Yeah, the Italian commanders are very poorly attested in English compared with, say, any other faction except maybe the Ottomans. I mean, the Ottomans will be the real challenge research-wise. The rest of the factions will actually be pretty easy. Well, maybe the Russians will be a little bit hard, too, because the revolution occurred soon thereafter, and a lot of those guys didn't live to write their memoirs and all that. But the other factions don't seem that hard. Especially the British. I mean, fuck, I could go to the library and find 5 books on that easily. And I actually have one I found at a bookstore about the Western Front, which will probably cover the French and Germans a bit too, but it's mostly about the British. It's by Robin Nylans, and I think he's trying to defend Douglas Haig.
Yeah, Haig has defenders, and I don't think Haig's the ultimate in military incompetence, even in the First World War. But I don't think he's good.
No, I think he's definitely helped by the fact that Cadorna lived at the same time. Because clearly Haig is way better than Cadorna, so he's got that going for him.
Oh, most certainly, most certainly. I would also say, do you want to do these as a once-a-month thing throughout the year?
Maybe once a month, or occasionally maybe twice a month. The Ottoman one will take me a bit of time to get ready for, just because, like I said, the availability of a lot of the information on the generals is a little sparse, and I also want to read more about, say, Ottoman grand strategy, and I'll need to read more about both the Italo-Turkish War and the Balkan Wars, because the Ottomans got their shit rocked a few different times before this war started.
Yeah, they did. I'll say this in my end, especially with February, with the way work is going to be and Mardi Gras going on, I may not be around for even 2 weeks in a row.
Okay. Oh yeah,
You know,
February is your busy time.
Well, I mean, just Mardi Gras, it's just crazy at that time, you know. So, one thing though was I want to check with you on something. Was Ataturk an army commander in World War One? I mean, I know he was very
Yes.
involved in the. I know he's involved in Gallipoli, which is where he first gains fame and recognition.
Well, he
But
was the army commander there.
so he wasn't like a regiment commander, he was an army commander. Okay.
Yeah, no, he was the field commander at Gallipoli, and I think he had some other operations too. He did get a lot of advice during that operation from Lyman von Sanders, and there also was an army that had 2 German generals in charge of it in a row. It had Kress von Kressenstein, which is one of the more fun names in the war, and then he died of a heart attack or something, and then Lyman von Sanders went out and took over from him. But for the most part, all the other guys are all Ottoman figures. And confusingly, they're all called Pasha, which is a title and not a name. So there's that. So it's going to be very hard to find decent information about a lot of these guys because there's not much to go on. And I do not read Turkish, so... whereas I can muddle through Italian to some extent because I've studied Latin, French, and a few other things that are pretty similar. But yeah, Turkish is a bit beyond me, I'm afraid.
I'm going to read up on Ataturk then. Anyway.
Yeah, well, I guess there is still Google Translate, though. I could just do that, I guess. So, and then hopefully,
Ataturk.
Yeah, and hopefully the books I have that cover the Ottoman Empire will talk in detail about World War One. I'm not sure yet. It's been a long time since I read Lord Kenross, and I got a new book by a guy named Baez, and I haven't read it yet, but it's basically an overview of the entirety of Ottoman history, so it won't go into much detail, but hopefully it should clue me in on some stuff. So anyway, that's all I've got, and see you guys later. So good night, everyone. Thank you for showing up. Next week, we'll talk about the German army as it made its march into the afterlife.
I like the way you said that, man. It's march into the afterlife.
Well, that's kind of what it was. I mean, well, I guess more like a retreat, because they were basically on the retreat across Europe, so their retreat into the afterlife, where they would just become a thing that people defended in the 70s, Verabus.
Yeah, we still got Verboos around, man.
I think the 70s is probably the height of Verabooism, though.
I could see that. I could see that.
I don't know. I mean, they're still around on the internet. I mean, a lot of them, like, what do you mean you don't think von Manstein was the greatest general to ever live?
Hey, I had a thought real quick before you go. I know you wanted to put the Americans in with the British for World War One,
Yeah.
but should we even really do the Americans, or should we do one where we just have like, the Serbians, the Bulgarians, the Americans, the Belgians, and the Portuguese all in one?
Yeah, we could do it that way, because, I mean, the only two people who would qualify based on the rules that we've set would be Wilson and Pershing, so far as I can tell.
Yeah.
So yeah, we could just do like a what we call that, a roundup or a grab bag of minor players. So yeah, Bulgaria, Serbia, Romania, U.S., Portugal, and I guess that'd be about it. At least unless I'm missing
Yeah.
somebody. And the other front I need to read up on that's really interesting but massively understudied is Africa in World War One. Because actually, arguably, the greatest general of the war was the German commander there. What's his name? I can't think of his name. It was like Luto Vorbeck or something like that.
Yes. Um, yeah, he got victory parade in Germany too. You know. Uh, yeah, very very successful commander. Uh, and probably might sometimes be a bit say it overstated. I mean, it's I mean, he's very successful. He's very successful. There was some romance thrown at him as well, though. Some things were a bit inflated, but yeah, very successful commander. You don't one other thing. You don't ever want to do a naval one, do you?
Perhaps. I don't
Okay,
know. I
because
don't know how many
I'm
great
pretty.
admirals there were. Because I know there was Jutland, but other than that, it's mostly isn't it mostly smaller actions?
You had some considerable battles. You had like the Falklands, Coronel, Hegel and Blight. Um, And you would also want to consider the commanders of each navy as well. Like, for instance, Sims, who was had the U.S. Navy, he played a crucial role in naval operations. If I'm not mistaken, he's really one of the ones who pushed for the convoy system to combat the U-boats, for instance. So a naval one would be interesting, I think. And I'm I know a fair amount about the German high seas fleet. My love of losers, or
Yeah.
my interest in them. Like what navies do I know really well? The German high seas fleet, the Kriegsmarine, the Imperial Japanese Navy, and the Soviet Navy after 1960.
Yeah.
So
Also,
if
I
you want to
guess
know about
the factions that tend
second
to interest
place,
me the most are the guys who get knocked out early and could have been more than they were, like the French in World War II.
yeah, I'm always interested in those just to know like why, right?
Yeah,
But
exactly. How did that
um,
happen? And also, can you imagine what it would have been if they had made it a little longer?
I'm interested in those navies that it's like, oh, they're not bad. Like, like they did really well. They just lost in the end anyway. I mean, in the case of the Kriegsmarine, I argue that considering the resources they had and the opponent they were facing, I don't know of any navy that punched that far above their weight that I've ever read about because they were not, they were they were not in the God. They definitely weren't in the top six navies of the world. What would they have probably been? Like a distant seventh or something?
Maybe. I mean, yeah, they weren't on par with America, Britain, France, probably even Italy. Uh, Obviously Japan.
Far bigger.
Yeah. Trying to think who else. Who would they
In,
be in contention with at that point? I don't even know. I mean, they might be the biggest after all those we just named, but
no, I want to say the Soviet Navy is slightly bigger. Actually, the Soviet Navy's bigger.
yeah. Although the Soviet Navy was probably kind of shit, though.
The Soviet Navy is terrible. Just a quick thing before we get out. They'd taken The Russian Civil War really destroyed a lot of wealth in that country and a lot of industrial capacity that they had. Ships are expensive, so there was very little naval construction after the Russian Civil War. Only really in the late 1930s, as Stalin perceives that he's probably going to be fighting Hitler. Because remember, this is before the Non-Aggression Pact, right? That's when the Soviet Navy they starts lavishing money on them. One thing the Soviets built a fuckload of, though, are submarines. When World War II started, they had the largest submarine force in the world. Anyway, the problem is their subs have traveled through heavily mined waters, so no submarine force in World War II suffered as many losses to mines as the Soviets. I would also say that their submarine force was just piss poor. I mean, horrible losses from mines. Their submarines were often easily detected and sunk. They inflicted very few losses on the enemy overall. They started to only have some success in the Baltic Sea, like in the last few months of the war. So most famously, they sank that ship whose name I forget, but it had like 10,000 people had died on board because a bunch of German refugees trying to escape the Soviets. I mean, the ship was just chocked full of civilians. So the Russian Navy just very, very poor in that regard. Also, in the opening weeks of World War II, I mean, at least Operation Barbarossa, they had to evacuate one of their major naval bases in the Baltic. I think it was Tallinn, I believe. And they suffered horrendous losses trying to get to Leningrad. The Soviet Navy was bigger than the German one, though. So yeah, the Germans have the seventh biggest fleet, and they are distant from the Italians, who I believe are the fifth largest. Yeah, France 4, Japan 3, America 2, and Britain 1, when the war starts at least.
And also, one last note before we leave. So the people who were the top donors tonight, I'll still have to look at the other missing donations to determine third place, but I think it's pretty clear what first and second are. So Sean Mack, number 1, C.S. Ventura, number 2, separated by a penny. So contact me, guys, with your preference. Remember, your choices are a book called The Holy Legions by Mario Servi about the Italian invasion of Greece in World War II. The other option, Matthew Parker's Monte Cassino. The third option is one of the volumes of the Illustrated Encyclopedia of World War II, which covers Anzio and I believe Salerno and a couple other things. So message me either on Discord or via email and let me know what you want and how to get it to you. Okay.
All right, man.
Anyway, everybody, thank you for showing up. We appreciated it. And remember, Luigi Cadorna is a military genius. I'm Thersites the Historian. He's Sean. Good night.